it be a ruby ring? Will it be ruby earrings? You could make a bracelet or a necklace. There are so many things that you can do with a precious strand like this. And think about the receiver of the jewellery. If you are actually creating jewellery for others, how gratefully it's going to be received. Patricia says, hi y'all, I got stuck in the new wheelie bin when they were delivered. The supply of liners was left inside and I reached in to get them. Oh my gosh. Hang on a minute, I bet that really hurt because you'd have whacked your face. I had to swing my feet round to the bin tip. Oh my, that could have hurt. But that is, I wish I'd have seen you do that. Would you rush to help? I'd rush to help you, of course I would. MZG Z17. Now keep it interactive with the team tonight. Ed's going to be taking you through the night with Ed and his jolly men are taking you through. Now there are huge amounts of savings for tonight. Sammy, a big thank you to you for today, my darling heart. When are you back?
I'm back on the 18th with wire. But I'd like to point out that I have made some beads with those bead things. I don't know. Are you on? Yeah.
I think I am.
Ooh, brilliant.
Yes.
So yes.
We're the dynamic duo. Pardon? What? Oh, there's the beads with the roller. Yay! It worked. It was me and you. It was me together with you. We gotta go. Stay tuned with Ed with you until 9 o'clock. Words then. I'll be back tomorrow at 1. See you later.
Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
You can now keep in touch by following JewelleryMaker on Twitter. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Tune in to Designer Inspiration on Wednesday the 13th of August for our last ever Jewel Enamel show. All stock must go, so we'll be doing some crazy low prices. Make sure you don't miss it because this time you really will miss out.
Good evening and welcome to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. Very exciting times because we are going to offer you the best value I think I've ever brought you on this evening's late show. That is because we're going to close tonight's show. Now, we always have a superstar buy at the end of the show. We're going to have to start it a little bit earlier than normal this evening because we've got so many individual items in one bundle. A 30 strand super saver. Now, we have seen these previously, but they are very sort of few and far between. That's actually distorting it a little because those ones there. So you can see 30 strands in one bundle. Now, normally these 30 strands would cost you over £100. I can assure you, you're going to make a hefty saving this evening. That's going to provide you basically with an entire gemstone stash, but for one, I would say, less than considered order. So you're going to get 30 strands in one bundle tonight. And of course, the more items that we place into one of our wholesale bundles, the better value we can offer you. That's the idea here on The Late Show. Not to be missed, in my view, that one. So in the opening hour, we are going to be launching a premiere strand, 50 carats of green onyx. And at 7 p.m, we're going to be bringing you the Quartzite 4. Then in the final hour, we've got our two incredible deals as far as I'm concerned. The first of which is the premiere launch on a natural turquoise strand of sterling silver chain. A little cluster of turquoise across the entire chain. That, for me, is one of the most impressive items that we've brought you in 2014. And I'm 99.9% sure that if you're not on the phone lines with urgency for this one, then you're going to miss out on it because we only have a limited number. Of course, sourcing natural turquoise, always a difficult task, but when you're getting this kind of carat weight set into sterling silver chain, you know it's going to be popular with our audience. And not only that, but the 30 strand super saver is going to close the show. We're probably going to have to start this at around about 8:40 p.m. We normally start around about 8:45, just to give ourselves enough time to get through every single gemstone strand that you're going to get there. Not only that, but it is a little bit limited in my view. We only have double figures, and we're going to start with around about 80 of this bundle. 4 of them have already been allocated as far as I'm concerned because we showed it to the workshop attendees earlier today, and they were all basically, they've all just ran out of the workshop room to get in their cars to make sure they're home in time to add that to their order today. So I think it's going to be popular, and it's because of the value we offer you. Now, here on The Late Show, that's our job, to give you the best value of the day, to make sure you can maximise on your 1 P&P. So we're only ever going to charge you £2.95 for your postage and packaging per day. That runs from midnight to midnight. And so if you've already got your order up and running, thanks to the morning show or the Designer Inspiration show with Jenny, then you can add to that order as many times as you wish. You're only ever going to pay £2.95, and of course it's a good idea to get the gemstones home because we give you a 30-day money-back guarantee. So it's a risk-free shopping experience. You can get them home, see them in the flesh, and then make an informed decision. But without further ado, I think it's time we give everybody and add it to their order price. And we're going to start with one for the collectors. Now, normally I'd say this is sort of for people who are developing their own gemstone collection. But thanks to the relaunch of the gemstone setting kit last week, the prong settings, I think this is going to be perfect for those designs, particularly when you see, I'm going to take it out of this because then we'll be able to appreciate the optical phenomenon that you get from my birthstone, Rainbow Moonstone. I love this gemstone. And I think most people understand that when you get an optical phenomenon in a gemstone, that's why people fall in love with gemstones, because of that mystical property that you can basically offer people. Look at that, there you go, the angular essence there coming to the forefront of the gemstone. In fact, you've got that beautiful sort of electric blue and violet essence in the centre of the gemstone. Absolutely fantastic. I've actually got a few pieces of Rainbow Moonstone now in my collection because it's my birthstone, and I have to say, none of the examples that I've got set into jewellery designs are any better quality than what we're bringing you here this evening. 0.65 carats, in fact. I haven't even got that larger carat weight either. So you're getting well over half a carat here of Rainbow Moonstone, 6mm cabochon cut. So actually you could set these into maybe wirework designs or soutache designs, but ultimately I think because it's a calibrated size at 6mm in diameter, it's going to be perfect for the prong settings, which so many of you invested in around about a week and a half ago. In fact, we know how popular it is because we relaunched it on the morning show. We had about 1,000 in stock. I then did the sort of second bite of the cherry on the late show, and I had 50 remaining, so 950 people came in on launch to get hold of that, and that just goes to show its popularity. But I suppose it allows you to elevate your jewellery designs into that upper echelons, because a lot of people are going to be working on crafting designs, but when you're creating professional looking pieces of jewellery from the prong setting kit, you can achieve those slightly higher price points, and of course it provides you with credibility as a designer, doesn't it, when you're creating very professional looking pieces of jewellery. 0.65 carats of June's birthstone here, rainbow moonstone, fantastic adulorescence there. That's this colour play that you see inside the gemstone, and it's the reason that it's called moonstone, in fact, because the ancient Romans actually believed that this little colour play, this adulorescence, were in fact shards of moonlight placed inside the gemstone by the lunar gods, and so it was named moonstone, and so that's where it takes its name from. Of course, now we understand the science behind this, but I think I prefer to play on the romance of the ancient Romans sort of perception of it, to be honest. Set into jewellery design since 100 AD, so even before the Romans understood the romance and the science behind this gemstone, it was still being revered thousands of years ago. You can now have the opportunity to own this gemstone, and as far as I'm concerned, this is jewellery quality rainbow moonstone, and available right now for £10. Incredible opportunity to get hold of this gemstone for just $9.95. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic. Now, one of the reasons that this will be so useful for those professional settings is that it's a calibrated size, as I say. So you've got the uniformity within the dimension of the gemstone. It's going to sit inside your prong setting much better. Not only that, it comes with your certificate of authenticity. Because this comes from our collector's range, because this is a gemstone which most people will be proud to put in their personal collection, let alone set into jewellery designs, you do get your certificate of authenticity. So again, another way of providing you with credibility as a designer. You can see there the carat weight's accounted for. It confirms exactly what you're getting hold of here, and I've already got a huge number of people piling in at jewellerymaker.com. Now, if you are shopping with us on our website, I will say it's probably the most efficient way to shop from us, but the only issue is that if you place something in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment, because of course it doesn't guarantee that it will be added to your order until you confirm. I've actually got people multi-buying this, so maybe you want to add one for your personal collection and one so that you can create a piece of I suppose birthstone jewellery for yourself, or maybe you know somebody whose birthday falls in June and you want to create a piece of jewellery for them. If maybe you're creating jewellery designs using this, masculine designs, what I would suggest is that you send me a picture on Facebook at Ed Presenter, and you might just get a commission. Who knows? Because I love this gemstone. It's my birthstone. Always important to stock up on your birthstones. We know that a lot of people tend to lean towards those gemstones, and they're more comfortable with investing in a gemstone that they have a personal association with. Still got a lot of people coming through on the free phone number. If you do enter a short queue, don't panic. It is a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker. You will be answered in the order in which you dial, and you'll come through to a member of our award-winning help team. So, as I say, a risk-free shopping experience, and of course you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can get this home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision regarding this. If you have placed it in your basket, I have to say we're approaching limited availability, so I would definitely advise that you start to check out if you want to get hold of this one. We started with a limited number, and now it is diminishing rather quickly. So we're going to move on from that one, and we're now going to bring you the other gemstone associated with June's birthstone. So, if you're a knowledgeable gemologist, then you'll probably be aware of what I'm about to bring up. If you're new to us, don't worry, because you're going to learn all of this as we go along. One of the most impressive and fastest selling gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, genuine cultured pearls. And as I say, this is the other gemstone, which is June's birthstone. Beautiful pearls. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Very subtle colour tone that you're getting here. Almost more of a sort of fern green than a lime green here. It's not quite as intense as it's coming through there. Quite a pastel shade, but of course you get those little flickers of pearlescence on the surface of the gemstone, and the pearlescence is actually almost amplified on the Keshi pearls because you've got these irregularities on the surface. So rather than having a very traditional perfect round, you've got a little more texture to these pearls, and then that ruffled style effect on the surface of the gemstone actually catches the light in those little irregularities and allows the pearlescence to come to the surface of the gemstone. That's going to make a huge impact on your designs. But not only that, whenever I see Keshi pearls, especially the top drilled Keshi pearls, I always see them as almost like little leaves, and this is whatever colour they are. But when you've got this colour tone, this pastel green tone, they're going to suit those sort of inspired by Mother Nature designs perfectly, aren't they? Maybe if you're creating wirework torque necklaces and you want to create that vine leaf style droplet, these would be absolutely perfect. And of course, those classic designs suit pearls perfectly, because it does have very strong associations with sort of vintage style jewellery or classic bridal pieces. But then again, when you think about pearls, they're also very contemporary, aren't they? So basically with a pearl, they're ticking every box, and that's the beauty of working with this gemstone, because it offers you scope as a designer. It gives you opportunities. And I think that when you're creating your designs, that's what you're looking for. You want to create unique, bespoke designs, and you want to know that when you invest in a gemstone, it's going to add value to your piece and potentially help to lead you through the creative process. I think that's exactly what a Keshi pearl does. Now, recently, our buying team visited our pearl suppliers, and regular buyers, again, you'll already be aware of this, but always important to recap it for new buyers or maybe people who have been away for a while. Basically, there's been new sanctions placed on the industry in the regions in which we generally source pearls, and it has led to a 40% decrease in the production of cultured pearls. Now, around about 95% of all pearls are now cultured pearls, because it's just not viable to wait for sort of people who are oyster diving. It's a very specialised skill, and also it's not great for the environment for people to be oyster diving. So cultured pearls are really the norm within the industry, but we are expecting to see an industry-wide increase on the price of pearls. We're still trying to give you a swan song on any strand of pearls that we have invested in before these sanctions were put in place, because we can still honour those previous prices, and this fits the bill. Have a look at this. Lime green, top drilled Keshi pearls for £10. Can't go wrong, can you, this evening? This is our job on The Late Show, to provide you with the best value of the day and ensure that you have added to your order prices that you can take advantage of. So if you've already got your order up and running, well, what are you waiting for? Start dialing that free phone number right now. You can add these to your order for as little as £9.95. Keshi pearls, I have to say, are perfect for bridal pieces, I think, because they suit tiara style designs, of course, but also this is a very popular colour tone for bridal parties. Maybe not for the bride herself, but bridesmaids, flower girls, if you're thinking about maybe putting together a little hair comb that could potentially be a bridesmaid's or a flower girl's wedding favour. In fact, recently my sister got married, and all of the bridesmaids, including my daughter, who was a flower girl, all received pearls as their wedding favour. So all of the wedding party were all, the bridal party were all wearing pearls in all the wedding photos. And they are classic, aren't they? And yes, so all of the bridesmaids received a pearl necklace, and my daughter received a little pearl bracelet. And actually, this is so cute, I've got to share it with the audience. She said to me the other day, she put it on, she said, "Do you know what, Daddy? I think I'll wear my pearl bracelet at my wedding." She's only 9. She shouldn't be getting married anytime soon. And anybody who's thinking about it, you'll have me to answer to. $9.95 for your green Keshi pearls. I've got people multi-buying this left, right and centre, so if you do want to get involved as ever, you need to be dialing that free phone number or clicking to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. We're going to move on because we've got so many deals to get through this evening, and we want to ensure that we bring you each and every offer we have. Whoa. Now, we've just been touching on the opportunity to create bridal style designs. Often, when we talk about bridal pieces, we think of clarity, really. I think we think of gemstones that offer us the neutral tone and a little bit of sparkle, that elegance that you get from faceted gemstones. That's why I suppose crackle quartz, or the clear quartz varieties at least, tend to be so popular, but this is taking it on to the next level. A much more familiar gemstone to a lot of collectors, and maybe, you know, bridal parties certainly will be aware of topaz. It's a gemstone heavily used by the high street jewellers, and actually most of the time I see topaz being set into 9-carat gold rather than sterling silver. So it is a very prestigious gemstone, and of course it's a birthstone. I know that a lot of jewellery makers do try to work maybe a season ahead, and so they think about creating designs for the craft fairs that are coming up maybe towards the end of the year. So if you want to get hold of November's birthstone, topaz is the place to be. And this is very, very high quality topaz. It's actually white topaz of the highest order. I've actually seen worse quality topaz set into 9-carat gold. This is what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker, offering you the finest quality gemstones we can source for the lowest possible prices. Best value on the market for genuine gemstones, because we are part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. The mine owners and the gemstone suppliers that we work with, we have very long-standing relationships with. So we've been sourcing gemstones from the same people for, you know, 8, 9, even 10 years, and that allows us to get the most competitive prices, and we pass those savings on to you. Now, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and it has been sourced by our Indian buying office. These are faceted rondelles, and they range in size from 4x2 to 6x4, and right now you can add it to your order for $9.95. Unfortunately, we only have a limited number available, and I've just got to say a massive congratulations to all of our savvy buyers who have already got involved in this deal of getting a Gems of Distinction strand of topaz for £10, because we're just about to give you an exclusive price reduction. Now, we always try to give you the best possible price here on JewelleryMaker, particularly on the late show, of course, but anytime we offer you a ridiculous price reduction like this, it's only available for 60 minutes, and that's inclusive of whether you're buying via the free phone number or online at jewellerymaker.com. You've got 60 minutes to take advantage of this deal. Where else would you see 35 carats of white topaz? And this is very high quality white topaz. You can see the clarity, and you can see the way it's been faceted. For $6.95, you can't go wrong. Once again, a huge number of people multi-buying this strand. Once again, this is the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day by taking advantage of the incredible deals that we bring you. And a lot of people putting this in their basket, but I have also got 5 or 6 people on the phone line. So again, you know, I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on anyone. I just want to inform you that if you're not checking out your basket, you do run the risk of missing out. I'm not saying you will. Hopefully you'll be okay, but over half the stock's already been allocated. So as I say, please take advantage of these deals. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no need for anyone to ever feel pressured. Get it home. See it in the flesh. Gemstones are going to look so different when you hold them in your hand, when you set them aside other gemstones, when you place them alongside metallic tones, and of course, when you see them outside of our studio lighting. $6.95 is the, well, there's only one word to describe this, I'm afraid. It's a clearance price. It almost goes, in fact, we've got, oh really? So we've got, oh right, okay, we've got more people placing this in their basket than strands available now. So shall we move on from this one before we disappoint anyone? Probably a good idea. Congratulations if you get hold of that, amazing. Moving on to, sorry? Oh, brilliant. Love this gemstone. Absolutely love this gemstone. Fantastic. I bet producer Dion wishes she was still here, in fact. Producer Dion was covering on the Designer Inspiration show this afternoon. The reason I reference her is that she's obsessed with blue gemstones, and so she's got a bit of a penchant for the blue gemstones. Now, I love this gemstone, and the reason for that is actually, I think I fell in love with its nickname, if I'm honest with you. This gemstone is traditionally known as aragonite, named after the region in Spain where it was discovered, but it's also known as iron flowers. Don't you think it sounds so romantic? The reason for that is that it's actually formed from a variety of calcite, but if you were to look at the crystal structure, you know, at a microscopic level, you'd see branch-like structures, and I've seen them and they literally look like little plants. But they're actually microscopic crystal structures that form this gemstone. It almost comes through in sort of the banding you see in the gemstone. You can almost imagine the little branch-like structures. Now, this particular gemstone is very unique. It's one of the few gemstones that actually forms in open caves. Now, obviously, we get cave-like structures underground, which you could argue are caves, but these are, you know, on the surface of the earth, caves-like structures, and aragonite forms inside these cave-like structures. Now, it's due to the sort of lattice structure that forms that allows them not only to form in that environment, but also allows these sort of branch-like structures to form inside the gemstone. So it's really interesting gemstone from that point of view, but also the beauty of it for a jewellery maker is that due to that crystal structure, it adopts our dyeing processes very well. So you get these very rich primary colour tones, and you can see that here in your 380 carats of aragonite. 12mm rounds, so you've got the perfect rounds, which are actually in demand at the moment. Oh right, okay, we can actually show you an image of the crystal structure that forms aragonite. There you go. So doesn't it look like a little, almost like a little bonsai tree or something like that? Yeah. Oh, coral reef, that's a great description actually from producer Phil there. So yeah, so as you can see, you can understand why they've nicknamed it iron flowers now, can't you? There you go. So that's why I love the gemstone, just because of that sort of romantic nickname, but also just have a look at that colour tone. A sort of range between sort of sky blue banding and then that rich royal blue, which actually I think would be fantastic for both feminine designs and masculine designs. So again, a gemstone that's offering you versatility and making the design process a little easier. Let's get that price on screen because it's about to sell out, I think. Oh, no wonder we had so many takers coming through. It's an add it to your order price. This is how you maximise on your 1 P&P per day. Just $6.95 for 380 carats. And it's actually a gemstone that we don't see every day here on Jewellery Maker. So it is important to snap up these chances. Anytime a gemstone sort of starts talking to you and starts to inspire you, even through your TV screen, dial the free phone number, get involved. And then when you see it in the flesh, I mean, you can't go wrong with this gemstone, in my opinion. It's going to suit a real plethora of designs. Even if it's your classic beading, you've got your 12mm, perfect round. But also, if you do want to get involved with this deal, if you imagine, you could actually create quite a minimalist, masculine macrame design using this, couldn't you? You'd only maybe need four gemstones, given that they're 12mm rounds, and you can afford to create a slightly larger impact, I suppose, on a male's wrist, because it's not going to be quite so domineering. One of the reasons that we find it so difficult to bring aragonite every day is that we don't find this in a huge number of locations. We do find it worldwide. There are caves across the world where we'll be able to find small deposits of aragonite, but we always do tend to find small yields rather than huge amounts. So traditionally, we find it in that town of Aragon. But We do find other locations. You'll find that a lot of gemstones are either named after the person who discovered it or the region in which it's discovered. So if you think of tanzanite, named after the region, or if you think of kunzite, named after George Frederick Kunz, who discovered the gemstone. So that tends to be where a lot of gemstones take their name from. Unfortunately, we only had a limited number available of this strand, and we've got so many multi-buyers that I think it's going to be a sellout. In fact, Della, a regular contributor to the shows, has got through saying a rich swimming pool blue. Yes, I have to agree with that, Della. Or actually, Della's got a very interesting nickname, just like aragonite. She's known as Tink. Is it Tinkerdale? Is it Tinkerdale? Tinkerdale. Okay, 6.95. We're going to leave that one. You like that one?
It was alright. It wasn't too bad.
Oh, not impressed.
It was probably one of your better dad.
It was one of my better jokes.
Dad jokes.
It's a dad joke. Okay, we're moving on. I'll tell you what. How well would this go with the aragonite? Then you've got a mixture of the sort of icy blues and the tropical blues, ranging into those swimming pool blues and those royal blues. Oh, we've only got a limited number of strands available on this particular item. Now, if you do want to get involved, start dialing early. That's the best way to shop from us. And we've got over 100 carats of coated chalcedony here. Love it, because the coating actually provides you with a completely different finish to the gemstone you'd normally associate with chalcedony. You normally get that sort of that opaque finish, that waxy luster. But here, because you've got this coating, it's giving it a bit of a lift, I think, a little more of a sophistication in terms of the finish you've got for the designs. Probably more suitable for evening wear as a result of that coating. It's our sort of way of enhancing Mother Nature's work, I would say. And we've already got people multi-buying this strand, and as I say, it will lend itself to a variety of different designs. I'm thinking of evening wear personally, but maybe that's just my mind and the way it's going. Now, these are your rondelles as well, so they're quite easy to integrate into your designs. You've got that high polished finish, you've got the rounded sort of curvature to the gemstones, which, as I say, is going to lend itself to a lot of different techniques. Traditionally, of course, this shape always makes me think of charm designs. I think we all know why. If you think of the high street charm designs, they tend to be this shape. But actually, Mark Smith, our macrame expert, or one of our macrame experts these days, was telling me that these are great for macrame designs, because if you set them flat, they cover a little more surface area, of course, so you can be a bit more sparing with the number of gemstones you put into the design. These are key considerations for people who are selling their designs, because it allows you to maximise on the profitability of every strand. Once again, I've got a huge number of people flying in at jewellerymaker.com. Make sure you check out your basket to avoid disappointment. £10 for a Gems of Distinction strand of coated chalcedony. Now, don't forget, not always easy to find jewellery quality chalcedony, so quite a difficult sourcing process. And then, of course, we've taken it one stage further by giving it this, oh my word, producer feel. A law unto himself. He didn't tell me he was going to do this. This is an impromptu price reduction. He's just put the equivalent of your P&P back in your pocket this evening. Should be £10. It does, of course, come from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite range of gemstones. And yeah, producer Phil's just taken this down to £6.95. We're approaching half the stock being allocated at that price. I'm not surprised, because, well, it's not really representative of what you're receiving. But this is our job here on The Late Show, to clear out the last of stock, make way for new and exciting opportunities or shop-opportunities. But what I will say is, here on The Late Show, we do run a very fine line, because we'd never intentionally devalue any gemstone. Of course not. It wouldn't be in our interest. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, but we are tasked with creating space in the warehouse. So if you want to take advantage of this, the price reduction will only be available for 60 minutes, or more likely while stocks last. So at the moment, I have to be honest, there's a bit of a delivery on its way. It's heading ever closer to our warehouse, and there is no space in our warehouse. So we're going a little bit bonkers on prices just to create some space for the brand new products we have coming through. It looks like that's going to be a sellout once again. And we're going to move on right now because it's time to launch a premiere strand as a star buy.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our first star buy of the evening. Now we're going to try to offer you a star buy every 25 minutes or so here on The Late Show, and it will either be one of our wholesale discount bundles like our 30 strand super saver coming up at the end of the show. We'll give you a quick flash just in case you've just tuned in. I'm so excited just to take you through the array of gemstones in that. The other variety of star buy we might bring you is a premiere launch, so a brand new gemstone strand that you've never seen before here on Jewellery Maker, and that's what I'm just about to do. So very privileged to bring you the first ever chance to own this strand of green onyx. Look at that. I mean, they're almost a colour tone that's halfway between a chrome diopside and an emerald. They're right slap bang in the middle of those two colour tones, aren't they? It's fantastic. A sort of forest green, if you like. Very, very rich colour tone, and of course, we all know that green gemstones are Mother Nature's base colour. So she starts the design for every flower with a green stem and a green leaf before she decides what colour the petals are going to be, or she decides, you know, how she's going to almost delicately spread colour throughout a landscape, but she starts with a beautiful lush green meadow, doesn't she? So you know when you're working with green gemstones, you're on to a winner, and you've got the perfect accent for any design. But not only that, when you're working with your top drill drops, they're crying out to be used as leaves or petals, aren't they? You just can't go wrong. I mean, another key consideration for a lot of jewellery makers investing in this strand might be the attention to detail that we've placed on the strand. Just have a look at these, the little base metal spacer balls and tubes, which actually could be integrated into a design. You could use them as spacers just to make your gemstones go that little bit further. Now on this particular strand, you've got a hefty carat weight on each and every gemstone, 50 carats, and I think that these strands tend to be quite uniformed in their number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on this strand. I mean, I suppose there's a slight opportunity you might get 6, you might get 8. It won't vary too much. So really what we're looking at here is an average of around 7 carats on each and every gemstone. That's pretty impressive in itself. And they're certainly large enough to either be an accent gemstone or to be the focal point of a design. So you could use these as pendants, but you could also get away with them maybe in earring designs, or maybe using them in sort of floral motifs, which are so popular in jewellery making. Now this is a premiere launch. Once again, it comes from our Gems of Distinction range, representing the highest possible quality we can source for you. And that's because it's been sourced by our Indian buying office based in Jaipur, also known as the Pink City, and this is the premier location for gemstone trading. So that means that everybody trading in the gemstones there is quite savvy. So you're going to get, you know, the lowest possible price. We tend to pass those savings on to you. That's just how we operate as a channel at Jewellery Maker. We try to pass the savings we make onto our customers, and that's why our customer base is so loyal and why we've been able to expand so quickly over the last 4 years. The quicker we expand, The lower the prices go and the better the savings we can offer you. $7.95 for a premiere launch. This is easily your best opportunity to get involved with this strand because we only brought you this strand for the first time about 60 seconds ago. So everybody who's piling in on the phone lines, this is savvy buying. Most people coming through are actually multi-buying. Oh, I suppose it's because of the price point. People are probably expecting to see maybe $17.95, $14.95, maybe a push $12.95. But to launch a premiere strand of green onyx for under £10, you know the phone lines are going to light up like a Christmas tree. Again, we've created a short queue. Again, nothing to worry about. It's a free phone number, and so if you do enter a short queue, then a member of our award-winning help team will be with you very, very shortly. And you can see just how many people are coming through on the phone lines. Jan in Norfolk, you've got 2. Marilyn, you've got 2. Buyers in London, you've got 2. Buyers in Berkshire, you've got 2. Jacqueline, you've got 2. If you are placing this in your basket at JewelleryMaker, don't forget, very important, that you check out to ensure that you do receive your premiere strand of green onyx. Now, green onyx, another gemstone, very well known by jewellery enthusiasts and gemstone enthusiasts because it's used heavily, mainly by the high street jewellery designers, but also by top-end jewellery designers. Utilising onyx tends to be used in the more traditional black tone, but I think that if you're creating bespoke designs and you're using the alternative varieties of onyx, it might actually lead to greater sales because maybe you're offering your customers something they've never seen before. Unbelievable. Again, a huge number of people coming through and multi-buying this strand, so if you have placed it in your basket, I would check out to avoid disappointment. Over half the stock's already been allocated. We only launched this a few minutes ago, let's say. We started with just 100 in stock. We've now got fewer than 50 available, so if you do want to get involved, it's only available at that exclusive launch price for the next 60 minutes or so. Hopefully the management team may honour the price if there's any left, so you know it's not your only opportunity, but then again, who knows, they might not honour the premiere launch price, so this could end up being your best opportunity to get hold of this strand. And of course, it might sell out this evening, so it's definitely going to be the best chance to get involved. There's still a huge number of people coming through on the phone lines. In fact, my producer Phil, who I don't work with every day, so I've come over to the other shift side, and Phil is telling me this is the quickest he's ever seen a premiere strand being allocated. So as I say, we could be offering you a sellout strand this evening. If you are tuned in right now, take advantage, get it home and utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee to take advantage of the incredible value. We've got to leave that one there and we've got to move on. Oh, in fact, we'll just put that right there. Where are we moving on to? Oh, fantastic. Another opportunity to bring you my birthstone, June's birthstone. And I suppose a gemstone, which I think is going to be, oh my word, hold on. Yes, hold on. I've got to show you this. This is probably the most fantastic rainbow of adorescence I've ever seen inside a moonstone. Can you see that there? Wow. Richard of York gave battle in vain. They're all there for you. Oh, we had 2 rainbows last night because of the rain and the sun, and we were looking out the back door, and I've never seen my 3-year-old son Freddie getting so excited. And when it went away, he was like, the rainbow's gone, getting upset, but it came back. And then he was very happy. He was like, the rainbow's come back, quick, Daddy! And yes, we went through the colours and he said them all. He said red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. He said them all, there's only 3. This is the same child that told me last week that metal conducts heat. I don't know where he gets this from. I sort of hope he's not a child genius because I can't afford the university fees. No, I'm joking. He is very astute. He retains information very well. I'll say that for him. I want him to be a footballer. One end of the spectrum to the other there. Just have a look at this. He'd be impressed if he saw this little rainbow, wouldn't he? Fantastic. And I have to say, you get a huge number of gemstones on this strand. They are corner drilled cushion cuts. You might call them squares or diamonds, but traditionally in the industry we call a square cut a cushion cut. So there you go. We've actually got a lot of people multi-buying this strand. You know what? I think people are just in tune with the value we can bring you this evening. Everybody coming through on the phone line so far has taken 2 of these. I've never seen a spectrum of colour that defined on a rainbow moonstone. Bearing in mind I've been selling jewellery designs for nearly 7 years now. 165 carats. Oh! Do you know what? The only reason I'm frustrated is that I want to go and get my mobile phone. You're definitely not allowed to do that, Ed. Stop phoning up for strands. $6.95 for rainbow moonstone of this quality. We just discussed the sort of romance behind this gemstone because, of course, it takes its name from the optical effect, or certainly ancient civilizations' interpretation of the optical effect, thinking that this was actually a shard of moonlight. But traditionally, when we see rainbow moonstone and we see the optical effect known as agilurescence, we see a sort of a mixture of blues and greens, don't we? But here you have got whole rainbow. I mean, I can pick another gemstone and try and isolate that one and see if... Oh, there you go. Look, I am literally finding a rainbow on nearly every gemstone, aren't I? Okay, now how many of these do we have in stock? Okay, now we've got a fairly healthy stock level, or we had a fairly healthy stock level. We had over 50 of these available, but we haven't got over 50 anymore. In fact, half the stock's now been allocated, and I would love to think that it's because everybody wants to create a special piece of birthstone jewellery for me. But I think it's more to do with the incredible value that we can offer you this evening. A gemstone that's been revered since 100 AD, and we're basically giving it away and add it to your order price of just $6.95. Do you mind if I just count these? Because I'm thinking charms or cluster star bracelets or earrings. So we want to see how many gemstones we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So that's 17 pairs of earrings, potentially. I mean, I personally wouldn't sell rainbow moonstone for any less than £10 a pair. So you could, really, you could make profit off just 2 gemstones. But let's say you're maybe selling your designs in more of a regional craft fair, maybe in a village hall or at a summer fete, something like that, and you want to offer your customers more affordable pricing. Even at £5 a pair, you're making an incredible amount of profit. They actually work out how much, sorry? 20 pence per gemstone. And the rainbow moonstone, we've been able to show you some incredible agilurescence, haven't we? Let me pick another gemstone, see if I can do it again. Oh, I've done it, I've got it. It's all to do with the way the light enters the gemstone. And of course, in our studio, I think we counted the other day that we've got around about 18 different light sources bouncing off the presenter desk. So that just goes to show you how difficult it is. But that's incredible. That's some of the most intriguing rainbow moonstone I've ever brought you. $6.95. We're going to move on though. Oh, here we go. Now, regular viewers again will be aware of my bias towards feminine gemstones. I can't help it. I don't know what it is. I'm a metrosexual kind of guy. I'm in tune with my feminine side. That's how you always see me, isn't it, Dan?
Always. Always perming your hair and everything.
Yeah. Always worried about my hair and my makeup. I'm joking. I'll tell you why I love feminine gemstones. The reason is that I suppose, having been involved in the industry for a long time, my view of jewellery designs, even though I'm starting to build up a little collection all of my own, is that generally jewellery is designed as a luxury gift for the fairer of the sexes, shall we say. So I think really gemstones and beautiful jewellery are really about keeping women happy. That's the way I see it. Maybe I'm just the kind of guy who likes to keep ladies happy. What can I say? What do you mean one lady? No. I've got a JewelleryMaker audience to keep happy, Tom. Thousands of ladies to amuse and entertain every day. Amuse. And I can guarantee that when most ladies lay their eyes on me, they're amused. Over 250 carats here, and this is one of the most feminine gemstones of them all, known as the gemstone of true love. And I used to always think of it, and I've told this story before as well, but I always used to think of it as a sort of substitute for the likes of morganite, kunzite, coming from a traditional jewellery background. But actually, I think in the bespoke jewellery world, rose quartz is actually better known than those high-end gemstones, because of course quartz much more heavily associated with crystal healing properties and historical folklore, and so rose quartz is very, very popular because it offers you that beautiful femininity, but it's also thought to be, you know, an amplifier for the different energies that people associate with different gemstones. I wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, of course, but you know, if that's something that you're interested in, then you'll already be aware of that side of things, and this will probably be a favourite of yours. At $6.95, you absolutely cannot go wrong because it's the lowest ever price. Phil, you're a right maverick, aren't you? Is this the first time we've worked together, Phil? No, is it? Oh, I suppose you were working alongside executive producer Martha when she's produced me before, I think. Ah, of course, you've sat in for a few of our shows as well. So there you go. But yeah, this is the first time that Phil's properly produced me, and I have to say, incredible price points, right? Was she? So normally, Phil produces Ali. She's a little more beautiful than me, but she's not amused at the moment because she's missing out on the 30 strand super saver. So that means Ali is the right side of Hadrian's Wall, but she's upset because she's missing out on the Did I just upset everybody in the studio? I'm only messing around. We've got a huge following north of the border on The Late Show. I can't think why. $6.95 for gorgeous rose quartz. And do you know what? I didn't even get an opportunity then to touch on the way it's been faceted. Very definitive step cut facets there that are actually allowing the light to almost cascade down the surface of the gemstone, actually sort of dictating the way the light moves across the surface of the gemstone, so creating that sparkle or luster. Absolutely fantastic. Once again, a huge number of multi-buyers maximising on their 1p and p per day and making the most of the lowest ever price on this particular strand. We're now going to bring you another very popular gemstone, another gemstone that we've actually been quite successful in sourcing from day one here on JewelleryMaker. But these days we don't see it every day. I think one of the reasons that it's so popular is its versatility. Now, I always used to think of that because people are so drawn towards blue gemstones. It's thought that most people's first purchase of a gemstone will be either a blue or a purple precious stone. And so I always used to think that's why Sodalite was so versatile. But now, I'm starting to think, and this has been informed by one of our expert designers, I'll be honest, I'm starting to think that its versatility is in the fact that it will go with most outfits that people put together. The reason for that is, do you know what the most popular piece of attire is in the world? Dan, do you want to have a guess?
What colour or what type of dress?
Well, both actually.
I'm going to guess a dress, yeah.
A dress? No. It's your denim jeans.
Oh, okay.
Producer Phil guessed it. 1-0. 1-0 to Phil, Dan. Okay. Yeah, and so you can see when you look at the gemstone, it's almost a denim-like tone, isn't it? So it's going to go with most of your outfits. There you go. Now these are your faceted through-drill droplets. And so again, very, very easy to integrate into your designs. You've got 180 carats here, significant look because they're 14 by 10 mil. And you can imagine that natural sodalite is going to go with so many different gemstones because you've got that variation in the colour zoning on each gemstone, from royal blue to sky blue. Actually, some of the colour tones are so intense, it's almost like a purple tone. But then it ranges right down to the neutral white tones as well. You just can't go wrong with this gemstone, and because of the cut here, be perfect for the earrings or charm designs, as well as pendants, of course. There you go, another add it to your order price. Producer Phil not messing around this evening. Oh, and he just took another £1 off. He's down to £6.95, just to try and make this particular strand as accessible as possible, to give you the best value of the day. And all of a sudden, that small reduction makes a huge amount of difference to a huge number of buyers. In fact, we've gone global on this deal. We're sending these over to California, in fact. So that's very impressive. I don't know why we get so excited. We've been a global company for some time now. We can ship all over the world. And of course, if you know somebody who lives abroad who you think would be interested in jewellery making or crafting of any sort, we're your one-stop shop, so put them in touch. You can watch online at jewellerymaker.com. You can watch us on your laptop, your tablet. In fact, earlier on today, I was getting a few messages from customers saying that they're going to miss out on the 30 strand Super Saver because they're out of the country, they're abroad on holiday. But they text me on Facebook via their phone, so I was texting them back quickly to say, you can watch the show on your smartphone. So while you're sitting with your jug of sangria tonight, make sure you are logged in and ready to buy at 8:40 p.m. because we are going to give you the best value of the day via our 30 strand Super Saver. I mean, it's just incredible. We're going to have to start slightly early. There's so many gemstones involved in that deal. And of course, we are going to bring you a star buy every 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes on The Late Show. And right now, it's time to bring you yet another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy and another exciting bundle to bring you now. Now this is a double trouble deal. So basically what we've done is we've taken 2 strands and we've bundled them together so that we can offer you a wholesale opportunity and create a discount price point. Can't say fairer than that, can we? So normally you get 160 carats of Prehnite in 1 strand. Tonight, you're going to get 320 carats. Now, Prehnite's a real favourite of mine. I love gemstones that are prized for their inclusions, I suppose. And with Prehnite, the inclusions, they're very reminiscent of sort of rutilations that you get in rutile quartz, for example. Almost like a paintbrush strokes, I always think of them as. That's just my interpretation. Maybe you have different imagery that enters your mind when you see Prehnite. Of course, that's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones. If you're working with the synthetics, you know, your cut glass, well, that's what it is. It's a piece of blue glass. But when you see each individual Prehnite, they've all got their own character, their own personality almost, because it's almost as if Mother Nature's sort of autographed each and every gemstone. So she's placed unique inclusions inside every gemstone. The gorgeous thing about Prehnite, of course, is that you get the very sort of pastel tone, almost a Colombian emerald colour tone as your base colour. And then you've got this rich forest green ranging into an almost jet black for the inclusion. So they're quite dramatic as well. But we know, and we've already actually touched on this in this hour, just how popular green gemstones are for their versatility. the fact that they're going to work with any other gemstone, and here you've got the 8mm rounds, so very, very easy to work with, very easy to integrate into designs, whether you're a beginner and you're just starting your jewellery making journey, or whether you're an experienced jewellery maker who's maybe trying to master new techniques. Working with the 8mm plain rounds is going to make achieving those new disciplines a little bit easier. Well, that's certainly what I hear from our expert designers and our workshop attendees. Now, normally, one of these strands of Prehnite would be $4.95, is that correct? So normally, if you were to buy 2 strands, it would be $9.90. That's not going to be our star buy price this evening. We've already got a lot of people getting involved here. I can understand why. I mean, I'm thinking macrame designs, kumihimo designs, classic beading designs. These are going to suit any look, and they're going to go with any gemstones. On top of that, the gemstone themselves offering you with a huge amount of character, texture, personality almost, and we've just taken them down to $6.95. He's a bit trigger happy this evening, isn't he? That works out at what, £3.49 for a strand of genuine gemstones? Well, the equivalent of course, because it's a double deal. $6.95 for 2 strands of Prehnite, absolutely unbelievable, especially when you consider that each and every gemstone is going to allow you to create a bespoke jewellery design, because no 2 gemstones are going to be identical thanks to those inclusions. Lovely combination of colours as well, ranging from those pastel tones right up to the very intense forest greens, and for $6.95. But don't forget, when we are creating a discount deal, a wholesale bundle if you like, they're only available for 60 minutes here on the Late Show. You get slightly longer on the morning show and designer inspiration show. I think you get until 9 AM tomorrow morning. That's not the case here on the Late Show. You have to react within the next 60 minutes to take advantage of this value. But don't worry, there's no risk involved. Of course, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can simply get them home, see them in the flesh, work out exactly how you are going to sort of integrate them into your designs, make them work for you before you make an informed decision. If you get them home, you see them in the flesh, you're not 100% satisfied, send them straight back to me. Quibble free, absolutely no problem. But I don't think you're going to be too disappointed when you get 2 strands of Prehnite for $6.95. I can't see too many of these being returned, if I'm honest. And the other reason that I think these will be popular is, of course, they are that classic plain round look. Polished plain rounds, very, very easy to work with. We say that because a lot of people, when they're just getting started with jewellery making, tend to rely on the plain rounds. They're always going to work in the design, they're going to work in the structure or the form of the piece very well because they're centre drilled. And so very easy to work with for the beginners. And of course, if you are new to jewellery making and this is going to be your first purchase, then don't panic, because you're also going to be receiving your Get Started booklet and DVD. Now, the DVD itself contains around about 60 minutes of the most fundamental techniques you'll need to get started with the hobby. But if you're not happy with, you know, stopping and rewinding and the technology's too much for you, as it is for many of us, then we also give you all of those techniques in the little booklet as well. So very, very easy to get started with the hobby. And to be honest, the basic techniques really are the fundamental building blocks of jewellery making. Once you've mastered the basic techniques, it'll be very easy to develop those into the more accomplished techniques that you see on the Designer Inspiration Show. So we'll take you through it step by step, no pressure. Take it at your own time, and you've got the DVD and booklet to help you out with that process. Right now, I would say this is the perfect double deal to get up and running with, especially if you're thinking about starting the hobby, because $6.95 for 2 strands of Prehnite, for me, it's a no-brainer. In fact, maybe you've got maybe a little partner in crime that you tend to watch the show with. You could actually sort of half this deal, couldn't you, and both take a strand of Prehnite, absolutely take advantage of the value then. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid. Huge number of people have placed this in their basket. Please check out to avoid disappointment, because we've still got people coming through on our free phone number. I hate for anybody to sort of miss out or be disappointed. purely because they didn't check out their basket. We'll leave that one with you, and it will be available on the website for the next 60 minutes, all while stocks last. And we're going to go to a quick break, so we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more incredible value. Don't move a muscle.
The fastest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
When shopping with JewelleryMaker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay 1 postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Did you know that if you go to jewellerymaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and JewelleryMaker tutorials. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. A very, very exciting evening ahead, mainly because of this unbelievable discount deal. This is a 30 strand super saver, a whole gemstone stash in one item here. And we're going to have to start our superstar buy a little bit early this evening to ensure that we get through all of the strands we've got here. Unfortunately, only double figures of availability, so I think it is going to be in high demand. The second the graphics hit your screen, start dialing for the 30 strand super saver, coming up at around about 8:40 p.m. and coming up in just 10 or 15 minutes, another very impressive deal that offers you an incredible carat weight for a ridiculous price point. Look at this huge selection of Labradorite cabochons. Now, cabochons are in high demand at the moment, mainly because they do lend themselves to some of our most popular disciplines, wirework, soutache. And so if you do want to get involved with this deal, I have to warn you, this is your second bite of the cherry. And we are in, I suppose, limited availability. So if you want to get hold of these, you are going to have to dial very, very quick. Look at that rainbow of Labradorescence. I actually was fortunate enough to bring you this product the other day. I think I counted, and you get roughly 40 cabochons, but Labradorite, big sellers for a lot of jewellery makers. Those are coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes, not to be missed. First of all though, oh sorry, yes of course, coming up at 5:30, just after the cabochons, we've got 5 meters of your leatherette cord coming up. So if braiding techniques are your discipline of choice, then this could be one for you. Gorgeous colour varieties there, aren't there? You've got the neutrals in terms of the greens, as we always say, Mother Nature's base tone, and then you've got the feminine colours there as well, the reds, the pinks and the purples. Fantastic. That's coming up at 5:30, so not too long to wait for that either. First of all though, we're going to bring you a deal on your sari silks. Now these are really popular for people who like to, I suppose, put mixed mediums into their pieces to give a little bit of texture, to give a variety of feel to their designs. People start to use the sari silks in a variety of different ways. And if you are a little bit concerned about maybe working with fabrics, have a look at some of Gemma Crow's designs. She has put the sari silks into some fantastic designs, very elaborate, almost sort of ethnic designs as well. They work perfectly for those. Gorgeous combination of colour tones here. You've got your sort of amethyst purple, then you've got these, this is a mixture of sort of forest greens and purple tones together. This is your hot pink one here, but you do get a multicoloured tones in there, almost neon-like colours there. Then you've got this sort of pomegranate tone, and then you've got the apple blossom, perfect name for that one. Well, apple and blackcurrant sort of colour tones, aren't they? The greens and the purples. And you can see here how fantastic they look in your jewellery designs, just to provide you with that slightly different feel. And of course, when you are selling your jewellery designs at craft fairs, always important to set yourself apart from other designers and not just have the traditional looks. Something with a little bit of a difference can become a showcase piece and might attract people to your store. You can see the kind of elaborate looks that you can create working with your sari silks here. Look at that, gorgeous sort of cuff style bangle. That's very Martha, actually. I think so. Do you like the cuff now? Oh, she wants the necklace already. She's got dibs on the necklace, she's saying. There you go. That's our executive producer, Martha. She's a very glamorous lady. So there you go. Absolutely fantastic. If you do want to get involved with this deal, as ever, we're going to be providing you with the best value on the market. So normally, if you were to invest in these 5 packs of sari silks, it would set you back $29.75. And I should just say, these look quite condensed. I don't want to open them up because there's so many in there. But shall I do it anyway? So give my floor manager a bit of a trial here. Just to show you how much you get. Huge number of sari silks here. These are going to go such a long way. And I've seen how sparing Gemma Crow can actually be with these sari silks to create a massive impact in her designs. If you can imagine the impact that this brooch or hairpin could be a fascinator, or a hairpiece as well as a brooch. There is only a tiny amount of your sari silk in that particular design. These are going to go an awfully long way. Should be $29.75, but this evening, as ever, here on The Late Show, we're going to provide you with the best value we possibly can, down to $14.95, give or take 20p. That's virtually a half price deal. So that works out at £3 per reel. That's a better way of saying it. Unbelievable. £3 per reel. Actually, do you know what? There's a lot of people that watch the show who aren't necessarily predominantly jewellery makers. They're involved in other sort of styles of crafting. So if you are maybe into your haberdashery or even card making, you know, things that do require different textures, different mediums, this will be perfect, especially with that kind of value. $14.95 for 5 reels of your sari silk. They're huge bundles as well. You can see the way they sort of explode into life when you start to unreel them. Look at that. Look how many you get. You're going to get that 5 times for $14.95. So this is the apple blossom one, and you can see the range of colour tones there. Sort of the lime greens, the pastel greens, ranging into the lavenders and the amethyst purples. Fantastic. In fact, the colour tones in the sari silk are almost mirroring the colour tones that we find in a lot of gemstones. So they'd be really easy to work with, wouldn't they? And you can see here the way they lend themselves to the multi-medium technique. So you can integrate your gemstones, but you can also get a little bit of wire or wire mesh in there as well. So the metallic tones also work with the sari silks, don't they? Huge number of people getting involved, and once again, lots and lots of people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to take advantage, please check out as you move along. I only say it for your benefit, just to make sure nobody misses out. The reason I say that is that placing an item in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com is just a signal of intent, really. It doesn't guarantee you that you're going to receive the item. It's basically the fastest person to check out that will be successful on the deal. So the quicker you check out, the quicker you are ensured that this item is heading its way towards you. And at $14.95, you can't go wrong. It's virtually a half price deal, down from $29.75 to $14.95. There you go. You can see just how popular your sari silk look is from the number of people getting involved in this deal. One thing I will say is maybe you're looking at this and you're a little intrigued and you want to get involved but you're not quite sure. We actually have a DVD that takes you through the sari silk techniques, or if you go to our website you'll find video tutorials that take you through the different processes of putting sari silks and fabrics and different mediums into your designs. $14.95, you can see how quickly they're flying out the door, and if you want to get involved, you know what to do. Dial the free phone number or click to find out at JewelleryMaker.com. So yeah, that's an amazing deal, down from $29.75 to $14.95. We're all about giving you value tonight. You should know that, because the 30 strand super saver is coming up at the end of the show. Very exciting. And don't forget, if you want to get wholesale deals and you want your favourite gemstone, the Labradorite cabochons are coming up. About 10 minutes now, not long to wait at all. In fact, we're going to do them after the next shop-opportunity. So we'll bring you those rainbows of Labradorescence there. Ooh. Now how many of these have you got, producer Phil? Fairly healthy quantity, but I have to warn you, yesterday I had 300 strands of Spinel and it lasted about 2 or 3 minutes, let's say. So it is a very, very popular gemstone. You can see why, really. A classic look. Jet black gemstones, always essential for jewellery makers, because of course they provide you with that elegance, that sophistication that people normally associate with evening wear, but of course because you've got the neutral tone, again it will go with any other gemstone. And when a gemstone offers you design scope and versatility like that, then it helps you out, doesn't it? As a designer, it almost helps to guide you through that creative process. You know that your accent gemstone is definitely going to suit your designs. To be honest, when you're working with Black Spinel, a gemstone that's so well known, you could probably use it on its own. I mean, certainly with the top drill drops, you've got the opportunity to create matching sets of jewellery, so you can have your droplet style earrings as well as your pendant. I would normally set Black Spinel into yellow gold plated findings, just because I think that looks so opulent, but it will work with sterling silver or copper or rose gold or antique bronze as well. So there again, you've got more versatility. Now the reason Black Spinel is so popular and so well known is that it's used not just by high street jewellers and high street charm shops, but also by some of the biggest designers in the world, utilising Black Spinel for its brilliance and its fantastic lustre. If you're not aware of that, if you are new to jewellery making and gemology as a whole, you might not really be aware of what lustre is, but basically it's this sort of reflective quality that we see on the surface of the gemstone. So as the light hits the gemstone, you can see it's reflected, almost a mirror-like reflection there, because these are such a high polished finish on these particular Black Spinels. Gorgeous gemstone, true sophistication, and of course it has been mistaken for black diamonds so many times throughout the years, and the reason for that is that you can actually find that you get greater luster from a Black Spinel than you do from black diamonds. So that's why these misclassifications have taken place in the past. You're never going to experience anything like that from us here at JewelleryMaker, of course, because we lab test each and every gemstone strand to ensure we're giving you exactly what we say we are. He's on one tonight. I'll work with you again, Phil. I'll tell you what, 100 carats of Black Spinel for $10.95. There you go. Producer Phil. He's a law unto himself. Is this always available at $10.95? Wow, that's not even a clearance price. That goes to highlight the value that we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker. That almost seems like a clearance price for this kind of carat weight of Black Spinel. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range, which is sourced by our Indian buying office. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. And to bring you this strand for $10.95 really does go to highlight what we're all about here at Jewellery Maker. Sourcing the most competitive price points in the industry and passing those savings on to you as crafters. 100 carats for $10.95, and once again, huge number of people getting involved with that deal, so do check out your baskets. $10.95, and we're going to move on. Okay, now before you bring the graphics on screen, because the second you do, all the web buyers will be able to add it to their basket, won't they? So I'm just going to go through the phone number with everybody. So if you are shopping on the phone lines, I'll give you a quick chance. I'll probably get in trouble from the call centre, but start dialing now. 0800 6444 655. It's ringing. Bring the graphics on screen and we can start to add Labradorite cabochons to our orders this evening. Some of the finest quality Labradorite we've ever been able to bring you. Certainly in these larger carat weights. Whoa. Over 1,000 carats of Labradorite here. Look at that labradorescence. Often we'll see the blues, the greens, the golds, but here, again, much like we saw on the Rainbow Moonstone, you're getting whole spectrums of colour there. Look at that violet tone on one of those there. That's fantastic. This is why people are so intrigued, so enamoured by the gemstone. Because of that colour play. It tends to be people's biggest seller. Now this has been voted as our favourite gemstone over the last 2 years. But I thought that was a little bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a concise piece of information. I wanted to know why you voted it as your favourite. So I asked all of my friends on Facebook, why do they vote for Labradorite as their favourite gemstone? A resounding answer: profitability. When you work with Labradorite, people buy your designs. It's as simple as that. Often when you're selling your designs, whether it's in craft fairs or online or through personal commissions, the people you're selling to don't necessarily have the same depth of knowledge as you do about gemstones. So they might never have experienced labradorescence before. The second people lay eyes on the optical effect that lives within this gemstone, they want to own it. And of course, when you've got this very traditional cabochon cut, it's actually a polishing technique that creates the cabochon. Cabochon is a gemstone that has the flat back finish, but the domed effect on the surface. Whenever you're working with this traditional look, it lends itself towards very interesting disciplines within jewellery making. So soutache designs, perfect, aren't they? Maybe wire work designs. I mean, a wire wrap pendant featuring one of these labradorites, it's just going to come to life. And not only that, but I'm thinking for wire workers, cuff bracelets with just one large carat weight of labradorite placed in the centre as the focal point of the design. I mean, if we are talking about wire wrap pendants, we were fortunate enough to get one of our expert designers to create a variety of looks using these particular cabochons. Just have a look at that. You can keep it quite minimalist and allow the labradorescence, again, to come to the forefront of the look. There you go. Very easy to find that labradorescence. Or, of course, you could go even more intricate. That almost looks like a sort of spider web, doesn't it? Just look at that labradorescence. Now that is why people find this so incredible. The other thing about the gemstone, of course, is that it has quite an earthy base tone to it, and so it's perfect for masculine designs as well as feminine designs. So more design scope and more opportunities to create sellable jewellery designs, I suppose. Now if you have a look at the combination of shapes you've got here as well, huge amount of interest. You've got your trilliant, you've got a rectangle, you've got large ovals, which probably lend themselves better to maybe brooch designs or pendant designs, but then you've got the more delicate ovals, which would be perfect for your ring designs. Oh, I love that. Look at that. That's like the colours you see on a sunset, isn't it? Those peachy, orangey tones. Absolutely fantastic. Now, this optical effect, known as Labradorescence, is actually quite a simple scientific process. It's a sedimentary rock. So basically it's built up of layers of different elements and rocks formations, and so when the light enters the gemstone, it actually travels through those layers of elements at different speeds, and therefore the light sort of bounces around inside the gemstone. It creates this optical effect. That is unbelievable, isn't it? Look at that. It's almost like sort of like branch-like structures on the surface of a gemstone. Glowing through is that Labradorescence. Absolutely fantastic. I've fallen in love with these cabochons. Oh, we haven't even brought the price on screen. I saw a huge number of people coming on the phone lines. I thought we'd already brought you the official price point. $34.95 for 1,480 carats. I mean, that just doesn't compute. I actually come from more of a traditional jewellery background. I'm used to selling 3.5, 4 carats for 3-figure, 4-figure sums. So to bring you this kind of carat weight for less than £40 is just unheard of. Actually, I was talking to one of the producers from our sister channel over on Gems TV recently, and do you know what they were saying? They were like, yeah, I never schedule Labradorite anymore because I always tune into JewelleryMaker and you've got all the best Labradorite on your channel. That I bet they're missing out, because I've seen some fantastic Labradorite on Gems as well. But yeah, that just goes to show you that even the producers who are selling the gemstones set into our sterling silver, or even 9-carat gold, are enamoured by the quality of the Labradorite here over on JewelleryMaker. Have a look at this combination of colour tones here. Violet, apricots, golden tones in that one. That's actually the flat back. So that's probably the part of the gemstone that you might even see if you're creating a soutache design. Don't worry, it's on the front as well. Unbelievable Labradorescence here. Sometimes we actually find it a little bit difficult to show you the Labradorescence because of our studio lighting. Not with these kind of carat weights. Definitely an optical effect that you can experience. Unbelievable. $34.95. I'm so impressed with that price point. Of course, I've worked on the channel in a couple of different roles on JewelleryMaker, and I've been able to experience the, I suppose, increase in the quality of the gemstones that we've been able to offer you. I suppose it's because we've become more well known within the industry, and now our gemstone suppliers and the miners are actually being a little bit more competitive in terms of the quality they offer us, so you just can't go wrong. Prices stay the same, but the quality's increasing. There you go. And I did count these when I brought them to you a few days ago, and on the sample I had, there was 39 cabochons. I won't count them again, but you're going to get roughly that many. Yeah, so I just counted half, and there was 20, and there's probably about 20 more there, so yeah, I might as well go with it. 2, 4, 6, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, guess how many are there? 40. There you go. $34.95 for 40 cabochons. As I said, it might vary ever so slightly, but you're guaranteed to get 1,480 carats of Labradorite for less than £40. Ridiculous. We are going to move on, and as I say, don't forget, coming up in about 5 minutes, 5 metres of our leatherette cord, some of our most popular colour tones. And actually, I always think of the leatherette cord as being perfect for masculine designs, but maybe that's just because I'm a bloke. But I'm just thinking the forest green leatherette cord with a Labradorite on it. Probably get away with that just as a sort of surfer style necklace. Fantastic. So that's coming up in about 5 minutes time, not long to wait. Coming up at the end of the show, best value we could possibly bring you on gemstones, the 30 strand super saver. What are we talking about? Just 2 hours to wait before we bring that. So yeah, roughly 2 hours. Make sure you're tuned in from 8:30 onwards to avoid disappointment. I'm just so excited by that particular bundle. Okay, coming up next, we're going to bring you an essential item really for a lot of jewellery makers, your chain. And actually, here, you've got a slightly sort of more fashion-led style of chain here. Rather than jewellery designs, you could actually use these in one of the fashion style pieces. Maybe if you wanted to upcycle a piece, this could actually be used in maybe a belt design or the strap for a handbag, something like that. But also, I've seen these used to great effect as a feature in asymmetrical necklaces or on charm bracelets. And again, it's all about versatility here, isn't it? We can offer you a wholesale deal because we're bringing you 1 metre of rose gold flash copper. Flash is an alternative variety of plating. Basically involves using a slightly thinner micron of thickness of the precious metal. But anytime you get an opportunity to invest in precious metals from us here at JewelleryMaker, I would jump at the chance, because as we know, it is becoming very difficult for us to source new deposits of gold. That's not just us here at JewelleryMaker, that's as an industry. And so it might be that moving forward, the price point of gold does rise. I mean, that is what most of the industry experts are suggesting. So this is actually gold flash copper, which I think is really useful because you've got the base metal, which is your copper, which offers you a bit more solidity, and it can be quite a little more robust. So if you are trying to maybe incorporate this into wirework designs, for example, and you need something with a bit more give, the base metal will allow you to do that. But of course, you've got the rose gold finish, which provides you with a high-end look to your design itself. Now, normally, if you were to buy 1 metre of rose gold flash copper chain, it would set you back $9.95. Now, as I have already explained, we're not messing around tonight. Producer Phil's trying to impress me. And so he's basically showing off. I'll tell you, it's working. I'm very impressed with the value you've brought so far. Should be $9.95, down to $7.95. There you go. These small margins can provide you with much greater profitability as jewellery makers. Don't forget, you don't need to use 1 metre in your design. You've got a huge amount of design scope here. You can take maybe varying lengths and create a sort of chandelier or waterfall style design in a pendant, or as I say, maybe you want to use a longer length and use it as a bracelet design. Actually, what you could do, so I created a similar design to this recently, just take a length of the chain, cut it to the length of your wrist. If you've got maybe different charm varieties at home, so simple, just add the charms to your bracelet. Classic look, it'll take you about 10 minutes. Actually, I made one with some charms and I gave it away as a prize. And I got a lovely message from Sharon saying that she received it. So thanks for tuning in, Sharon. There you go. So yeah, if I can do it, anyone can do it. That's the key thing to take away from that. And all you really need to do is add a simple clasp. I would actually suggest that you add a rose gold plated sterling silver clasp, and then you're immediately adding value to the piece of jewellery. Since we lowered the price, a lot of people who are already involved have doubled up on their order. We're never going to limit you here at JewelleryMaker. We aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, and we do that by offering you the best value on the market. So $7.95 for 1 metre of rose gold flash copper chain. And just to show you, because that is a huge length of chain. How many people sell chain by the metre? Totally ridiculous. That's what we do here at JewelleryMaker, because we aim to provide you with that incredible value, and that price point for rose gold flash chain, unbelievable. Especially if you look at the links themselves, you can see this. You might not be able to see it through the screen. If we can go a little bit closer, if that's okay, and just have a look at this sort of brushed, textured finish. That is synonymous with like top-end Italian designer metalwork, isn't it, that textured finish? And so again, you're adding a familiar look into a bespoke design, and I think that is the key to selling your jewellery designs, I think so. $7.95. Of course, that price reduction is only available for 60 minutes. I've got a little bit carried away with that one, and it's time to move on because it's now time for yet another Starbuy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, do you know what? We've got so many treats on this desk that I keep getting distracted. I'm turning into a right magpie here. I just went to move these cords over and noticed. I'm going to give you the second bite at the cherry on the Tanzanite blue druzy cabochons. Look at that. Sorry, it's not coming up until after 7 p.m. But they just caught my eye, and I know there's going to be a lot of people out there who missed out on those yesterday mornings. If you want to get hold of them, coming up in the next hour or so. Right now, though, we've got an incredible Starbuy opportunity. 5 meters of your leatherette cord. So you've got your amethyst purple, your ruby red, baby pink, forest green, and pastel green. And actually, the pastel green and the violet tones are the plaited variety. So again, more texture, more variety. I love that combination together, actually. It's my favourite colour combination in jewellery, in art, anything. Purples and greens, love it. So that's the braided varieties. You get 1 metre of each of those. And then we've got the sort of glittery varieties. See a little bit of glitter in the green and the red. Actually, I think the pink is a sort of standard colour tone, and then you've got a little bit of a glitter finish on the red and the green. Oh, I tell you what, festive bracelets. I know, I get everybody booing on my shift when I mention Crimber, but I have to tell you, there are a lot of jewellery makers out there, friends of mine who I speak to on Facebook, who tell me, Christmas is sorted, mate. I'm on to Valentine's Day. That's true. Some crafters are very, very organised. They're crafty. That's what it is. You like that one? I did. Yeah, so I'm getting a thumbs up for a joke. That's never happened to me before. 5 meters here of your leatherette cord should be $9.75. But that's not going to be our Starbuy price this evening. Should be $9.75. We're not staying there. We're taking it down to a clearance price. That's what we do on a Starbuy. $6.95. Now, you know what? I hear presenters say all the time, sometimes on this channel, sometimes on other channels, I don't know how we do it. I know how we do it. I used to be part of the management team, so I can explain it. Basically, because we work directly with the mine owners, or in this case, the suppliers of the leatherette cord themselves, basically what we do is we cut all the middlemen out of the process. That allows us to get the most competitive price available on these items, and we pass those savings on to you because we want everybody to share the secret that is Jewellery Maker. Let your friends know that they can get these wholesale discount deals from us on Jewellery Maker. $6.95 for 5 meters. I'll just give you an insight into my research within the jewellery world. So basically, recently I went to a few different independent craft stores, and I was looking at threading materials, and one of the price points I saw, in fact I think it might have been the lowest price point I saw for your ribbons and your cords. I didn't actually see any leatherette cord in the store, so already they're a little bit behind. But let's say it was £1.30 per metre for your threading material. So that included ribbons and cords. They had very similar satin cords that we do here on Jewellery Maker. £1.30 a metre for these items. So, so that means that given that you've got 5 meters on each of these reels, that's 25 meters, that would cost you what, £30 elsewhere. This evening you can have this order for just $6.95. As a result, the last time I mentioned this on air, we did a little bit of research, and so we found an online supplier, and the lowest price we could find, now obviously I'm not saying this is all you can find, but this is just what we found through our research, 75p per metre. So 25 metres for £6.95. What does that work out at? Has anyone got a pen? I'll do some. 28p per metre, there you go. So the lowest we could find doing research online was 75p per metre. This works out at less than 30p a metre, just £6.95, and you get your leatherette cord just in case. I wasn't clear before. Hold on a second. Is this just one length of each of these? That looks like a metre. So it is 5 metres, isn't it? So it's 1 metre on each. Sorry, that doesn't work out like that. My apologies. I thought that sounded a bit too much for what I had here. My apologies. Let me retract that instantly. What you're getting here is 5 metres of the cord for £6.95. Unbelievable. We're going to move on though, and we're now going to offer you multi-beryl. Wow, that means that you're getting a bit of a family reunion on this particular strand. So you've got samples of morganite, goshenite, I think that's a little bit of heliodor there, and then aquamarine. So we're looking at March's birthstone in terms of aquamarine, but one of my favourite gemstones, beautiful morganite, very feminine gemstone, and these are incredible samples of morganite because you can see there quite a subtle colour tone. What that means is that you've got a less included gemstone. That's the beauty of morganite. Very non-compromising gemstone. You either get great colour saturation, in which case you've got a more heavily included gemstone, or you get a more subtle colour hue, but then you've got fantastic clarity, so you just can't go wrong. And then have a look at the variation in the colour tones of the aquamarine here. These are the more significant sized gemstones. They range in size from 8x7mm to 9x8mm. The 9x8mm gemstones of aquamarine there range in their colour tone from the sort of icy blues to the sky blues, right up into these sort of lagoon greens, if you like. So lots of variation in the colour tones. A fantastically popular gemstone. This is actually more of a variety of gemstone, a gemstone family here, because you've got different members of the beryl family. Basically what happens is, beryl is the only gemstone that's named after its chemical composition, beryllium, and what you actually have is a sort of base chemical composition that makes up the gemstone beryl, and then different elements that provide you with the colour tone. So for an aquamarine, it will have more iron than any of the other elements. For a morganite, it will have more manganese that makes it go pink. So that's the way in which the gemstone forms, and it gives you these alternative colour tones. Of course, the other member of the beryl family that you're probably missing from this particular strand is emerald. So that just goes to show you that varieties of beryl are keeping good company, shall we say. And I have to say, with this strand, for me, all about the cut. The faceted cuboids. Whoa! £19.95 for gems of distinction, beryl, aquamarine, morganite, goshenite, all on one strand. This is a collector's strand for me, actually. Now, normally this would be £19.95, and when you look at the quality of the gemstones combined with the attention to detail from the cut and the faceting, I mean, very, very experienced lapidarists that work for our company that have created this particular look, classic checkerboard faceting, but on quite a unique cuboid prism shape, should be £19.95. Well, I think you'd be hard pushed to find it for £19.95 elsewhere, but that's the price point we normally give you. Tonight, we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction. I told you, producer Phil is desperate to impress tonight, isn't he? What's she been doing to you, Phil? Come on, what's this Ali? Well, how's she been upsetting you? Why are you so desperate to impress the big dog? He says Ali gets these prices all the time. Right, that's it. £9.95. We're messing around, by the way. We always give you the best value on the show. £9.95. That's a half price deal. Unbelievable. This particular strand of beryl has never been to this price point previously. This is the lowest ever price and represents your best chance to get involved with this particular strand, I suppose. Can you imagine a macrame bracelet featuring these cube shapes, because the reason I say that is that, of course, people tend to sort of gesticulate when they're talking. So a little bit of movement and the light is going to be picked up on that checkerboard faceting. You can see that classic sparkle that people associate with high-end gemstones like morganite, aquamarine, gemstones that were exclusively sold by Tiffany's when they were first discovered. I've got people coming through taking twos. Somebody's just bought 3 strands of this at $9.95. Oh yeah. So we've got an anonymous buyer who just bought 3 strands of this. That means you've just had the equivalent of £30 put back in your pocket because we've taken this to half price. Okay, now there's impressing me and there's losing my job. Now just be careful, Philip. My name's next to all these price points. Look at this. Do you know what? I don't care. I want to give you the best possible value in the market. I want to be associated with giving you the best deals available and making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. Maybe you're looking at this gemstone and you're in 2 minds. You're not quite sure whether the colour tones are going to suit your designs. At $9.95, you can utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee. Get this home, fall in love with it in the flesh before you make your final decision. And it's going to be an informed decision that way, isn't it? So you can be much more confident about whether this is suitable for your jewellery designs. And I mean, at $9.95, of course, that is an exclusive price reduction only available for 60 minutes. I'm blown away. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm going to have to leave that one with you. If you have placed it in your basket, don't forget 60 minutes that price point will be available for. Oh, these are going to be over here. So, which ones are these? Can you just say it one more time? Okay, here we go. Just checking because I want to make sure that I'm bringing you the right item. I'd hate to show you this and then it not be right because it would just be teasing everybody. Look how incredible they are. You get 40 head pins, probably one of the most essential findings that we offer you here at JewelleryMaker. Everybody needs their eye pins. But on this occasion, a little more detailing than we'd normally associate with a fundamental finding, such as your eye pin. So you've got the little, well, I know it looks triangular, but let's face it, it's a heart. Once it's set, once you've, I'm just thinking, I'll show you. Oh no, this haven't got a drill hole. I'm looking for a gemstone, just a random gemstone. Here we go. Perfect. So sorry, I've just ran over to the guest designer desk to find a gemstone. I think I've found the perfect. Oh, typical. Dan will get me a gemstone. There we go. I just wanted to show you, once you set a gemstone onto the heart-shaped head pin, the way it will sit. But you've also got the little club, if you like, depending on if you understand that. You've got your triangle and your circle as well. I'm looking for a through drill gemstone so that we can appreciate the heart shape. You get 40 in total, so 10 of each shape. These would be perfect for, I'm thinking some cufflink designs maybe. You got your triangle and your circle as a classic looks there. And of course, once you set your gemstone onto the design, it will sit differently. So there's the 4 different shapes. They are gorgeous, aren't they? And of course here, high end on top of high end, you've got your rose gold plated sterling silver. I always think of rose gold as being the most versatile of all your metallic tones because rose gold, I think, is very, very versatile. You've got a little slight sort of femininity from the pink hue that you get on the gemstone, but you've also got a colour tone that has associations with vintage jewellery designs. and therefore with certain pieces of jewellery it will add a bit of warmth to your designs. On others it will offer femininity. On top of that, it goes with all of our most popular varieties of wire colour as well, the coppers, the antique bronzes. You just can't go wrong if you're working with rose gold. On top of that, this is rose gold plated sterling silver, so you are adding value to your designs instantly. And actually, from what I hear when I speak to our guest designers and our experienced jewellery makers that attend our workshops, when you advertise that you're working with sterling silver or gold-plated sterling silver, you don't have to work as hard to justify the price points you're trying to achieve on your jewellery designs. People are expecting to pay a premium if you're offering them precious metals. So it's always important to stock up anytime you get a chance to get hold of gold-plated sterling silver. And we better bring the price on screen because they're flying out the door. $21.95 for 40 individual eye pins, but you've got 10 in each different shape. These are the little heart shapes, so instantly this is adding character and value to your design, and it's an essential finding. So you'd always be working with an eye pin, but on this occasion they're actually adding value to your piece. And you can see here the variations in the shapes that we've got here. So that was your little heart shape. This is, I'm seeing it as a little club, you know, from playing cards. Or I suppose you could integrate it into your designs, maybe use it as little berry like design. Maybe if you wanted to create a wire work holly leaf for your Christmas decorations, and then use these eye pins, and that could form the little berries maybe. And then more classic look from your round eye pin there. This is what we normally think of when we talk about eye pins. Just to be clear, these are 39 millimeter lens, so you can get quite a hefty gemstone on there. Look at that. I mean, this isn't small, and I've already got a lot of clearance there. Don't forget, don't waste anything. So if you do maybe snip your eye pin, keep that little offcut, because it may find that maybe it's long enough for you to create another wrap loop, and then you got 2 eye pins out of one length there. And then finally, here's your triangular shape, all available for $21.95. Of course, rose gold plated sterling silver, so you are adding value to your designs, but also we are expecting to see an increase on the price of gold as an industry over the next 12 months. So I would snap these chances up whenever we bring them to you. We're going to move on, and we're now going to bring you a bit of a double deal. So this is what we're all about here on The Late Show, providing you with add it to your order opportunities. So if you've got your order up and running, you've paid your $2.95 for your P&P already today, that will cover you until midnight this evening, and you can add as many items to your order, and you can always take advantage of that. Sorry, that's midnight Greenwich British summertime. Obviously we're a global company, so if you are shopping elsewhere, then just have a look or speak to a member of the award-winning help team, and they'll give you a bit of advice as to when your P&P will run out. You probably already know, to be honest. Now these are a premiere launch, brand new strand to us here at JewelleryMaker. We've never brought you this strand of Carnelian before, and yet we've already decided to half our stock levels by creating a double deal. So we've doubled them up, and of course you know what that means. We can provide you with a wholesale opportunity, a discount deal that will be available for only 60 minutes. You get 140 carats of carnelian on each strand here, so over 250 carats in total. These are 12 millimeter puffy coins. Now the puffy coins, whenever I see them, I immediately think of bracelet designs or ring designs. Of course, solitaire rings allows you to maximise on the profitability of the strand, but I just think they're so comfortable to wear on the wristline, on the finger, probably equally as comfortable on the neckline, of course, but that's just the way I interpret them. Of course, everybody's going to have their own personal association with the gemstone. Love the colour combination here. When I look at this, actually, I'm thinking maybe you invested in some of our amber cabochons recently. Perfect accent stone for me. because you've got the honey tones, you've got the cognac tones, and then it ranges up into the apricots and oranges as well. So beautiful versatility there, again providing you with scope as a designer. Now normally if you were to buy these individually, it would set you back $11.90, so they're normally $5.95 per strand. But that's not going to be your price point this evening. I'm going to give you an exclusive double deal. Should be $11.90. We're taking them down to $8.95 this evening, so under £10 for 2 strands of Carnelian, which actually offers you 280 carats of this particular gemstone. Actually, I'm just thinking the Carnelian goes beautifully with rose gold, you know, because it draws out those sort of feminine hues, the pink tones. I'm thinking this little peach coloured one on a little rose gold eye pin, create a wrap loop. That could be an earring design in itself. How long is that going to take you? 30 seconds? Fantastic. And you could create multiple earring designs here because, of course, you've got so many gemstones to play with. $8.95 is your price point this evening. It's a double deal, 2 strands of Carnelian, and you can just imagine how therapeutic it would be to get hold of this strand and colour graduate it out in Mark Smith style. Lots of jewellery makers like to work in a methodical way where they're sort of ranging out the colour tones, graduating the sizes and colours. Others like to be more organic and use the free-flowing and variations in the colour tones. I'll finish my sentence before I react to the fact. Look at it, flirting with me, producer Phil, tonight. Or really, he's just giving you the best value on the market. $6.95, and if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. If you'd already got involved, which so many of you had, don't panic. Everyone's going to pay the same final low price this evening of just $6.95. The earlier you come in, the more savvy you are. You're always going to pay the lowest price, but you have made sure that you've guaranteed your double deal on Carnelian. This is a premiere launch, you know. So hold on a minute. Normally it should have been $11.90, so that implies that the strand should have been launched at $5.95. So on the launch of this strand, we've effectively given you a deal that is buy one, get one for £1. On Carnelian, just think, if you do like to work a season ahead, what you've actually got here is all of your full colours on one strand. I'll tell you why I say that, because I'm a bit of a fashionista these days, Tom. Tom's telling me off for saying fall instead of autumn, because I'm British, but in the fashion industry, they talk about the fall season. They don't never make any mention of autumn. That's why I've said it. We've got a message, and don't forget, if you want to get involved with the show, if you want to interact with us tonight, don't hesitate to text in. The number 60777. Regular contributor, not just to us here on The Late Show, but to all of our shows, is Emily, just down the road in the West Midlands, and she says, I love you guys on The Late Show. You always make me laugh. Ed, I didn't think there was anyone as loony as me. And I love the confidence. Is she trying to say that I'm loony? Emily, you've got my number. $6.95. Essentially buy one, get one for £1. Thanks for getting involved with the show, Emily. Always welcome your interaction. And if you've got anything you want to share with us, then as I say, don't hesitate to text in. Number 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio, otherwise it won't come through to my producer. And if you are logged in at jewellerymaker.com, simply click the message box. But I will say, I was watching the show on my smartphone, and actually you don't even have to click anything. When you're watching it on an Android, yeah, that's right, Android phone, it's already there. Underneath the box where you watch the show, it just says type your message here. Couldn't be easier. So yes, don't hesitate to get involved. Multi-buyers on that deal. We are going to have to move on because it's time now for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Another exciting premiere launch for us this evening. So the first possible chance to get involved on this particular deal, and another chance for me to bring you my birthstone, June's birthstone, but a gemstone that is traditionally associated with jewellery design. We saw an alternative variety earlier in the show, and we were talking about how well revered this gemstone has been for thousands of years, set into jewellery design since 100 AD, but here it's a much more subtle optical effect you get from your grey moonstone. It's known as Schiller. Look at that, you can see there, very subtle, but a big impact, and it's because of the way this particular gemstone has been faceted. So these sort of step-cut facets allowing the adulorescence, that Schiller, to move across the surface of the gemstone. It's basically changing the colour tone from a charcoal grain to a silver. That's the effect you're getting from the Schiller on this gemstone. 135 carats of grey moonstone here, and you've got very significant but organic looking cuts. So you've got quite a hefty carat weight on each gemstone. You've actually got over 100 carats in total, 135 carats. I'll count the gemstones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So on average 13 carats on each gemstone, but actually because of the variations in size, you'll find that perhaps the outer gemstones, for example, maybe that's more like 4 or 5 carats, and the centre ones are more like 20 carats, for example. So you have got a variation, and I think when you're dealing with an organic cut like this, classified as nuggets here on JewelleryMaker, you want to have a sort of irregularity to the feel of your design, because often with bespoke jewellery designs, people lean towards the organic looking designs, don't they? It offers them something bespoke, and also it shows people that you're working with genuine gemstones. That's going to provide you with credibility and potentially lead to greater repeat sales. This is a key thing for people starting small businesses. You've got to keep your customers happy. You've got to keep them coming back for more. This is something that we've obviously experienced here at JewelleryMaker. That's the reason that, you know, we're not a company that builds up a brand over the last 4 years and then inflates our prices. We continually offer you the best value on the market because we want you to continue to buy from us. And that is actually a model which is probably easier to transfer to small businesses, of course, because you've got a smaller client base. If you keep those people happy, they're going to come back to you for their personal commissions. And when you're working with a gemstone like Grey Moonstone, A, you've got an optical effect, so people are going to be enamoured by the look, but also, oh, it's almost like a dusky lavender tone you're getting on this one. Sorry, I just got distracted by the colours I saw there. But also, not only do you get the optical effect, but you've got a significant carat weight, and you've got the organic, irregular feel from these nuggets, ranging in size from 10 by 5 to 17 by 7. Now, we've got a lot of people tuning in tonight. We're very, very busy, and I know that because either each item has sold out or we've created a queue on the phone lines. So my advice as ever, get involved early, particularly for our premiere launches. Gems of Distinction Moonstone for £10. I'll tell you what, not just that, Tom. This is my birthday. Tom's just saying these actually go, because of that silver Schiller, go perfectly with the charcoal grey. Now, I'll just say one thing. I haven't actually got cuffs on this, so I've got buttonholes, but if somebody was to make a pair of Grey Moonstone cufflinks for these, I'd probably go and buy a charcoal grey shirt with cuffs. Perfect, isn't it? Because it sort of sits into the shirt. Actually, you can have gemstone buttons. We talked about this yesterday. We were saying often people use pearls as buttons on the back of dresses. Why not adopt that style and use other gemstones? Can you imagine how dapper you'd look if you were doing up your cuffs and you've got gemstones for buttons? Fantastic. And as ever, savvy buyers have come through early to get hold of this. It is a premiere launch, and you know what that means. An exclusive launch price only available for the next 60 minutes. This is going to be your best opportunity to get involved with this strand. It could sell out tonight for all I know. $7.95 now for 135 carats of Grey Moonstone. Just have a look at the the adolescence you're getting there, that schiller there, beautiful. If you create a pair of birthstone cufflinks for a gent featuring moonstone, I'm actually knocked sideways by the price point here, because if I saw these two, let's say, I'm going to select the two I want to use, these two gemstones here, because they're a similar size and shape, almost identical, but you do get irregularities. Those two set into sterling silver. All you need is a toggle clasp, not the jump ring off. I've actually made some, been shown how to make some on the show, so I could do it myself. Write the code down for me, please. It's $7.95. Good. Yeah. Oh. Would I not get the discount price? Oh. Okay. Forget it. No, I'm joking. I'll take him at $9.95 then. No problem. 135 carats. You'll make your money back off just that set of cufflinks, won't you? Especially if you're using sterling silver findings. £10 for a pair of cufflinks? Well, I wouldn't argue. If you look on the high street, you can pay £20 for faux gemstones or mother of pearl. Huge carat weights here. And of course, if you set them into sterling silver, you're adding value to your design. $7.95 is the exclusive launch price this evening for a brand new Gems of Distinction strand of beautiful grey moonstone. We are going to move on there and put that to one side. Don't forget, coming up in the final hour of the show, the exclusive launch of our natural turquoise chain. Again, only limited availability. And of course, we're going to close the show with our 30 strand super saver, not to be missed. If I were you, I would tune in from at least 8:30 onwards to make sure you get hold of that one. Only double figures of availability. But right now, we're going to go to a little short break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, so don't move a muscle. More incredible deals coming up.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page, where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us, and you have been joining us in your numbers this evening. We are very, very busy. That's why I'm advising everybody to dial the free phone number the second you see something you like the look of. You can always put the phone down, you can always throw something out your basket, but if you miss it...
You miss out!
That's right, Daniel. That's right, Daniel. One of the deals we are very excited about this evening, and it's coming up in not too long, about an hour and a half or so, is our 30 strand super saver. This is going to be representative of some of the best value we can ever offer you here on Jewellery Maker. In fact, we're breaking the rules. So Jenny earlier was saying, you're not allowed to put that many strands in a bundle. And I was like, well, we have. So yes, we're going to do it this evening. It's a one-off special. Or is it? Phil's just told me he might have something up his sleeve for later in the week. Who knows? But right now, this is going to be your best opportunity to get hold of 30 strands of gemstones. Incredible saving, incredible price point. We are going to start our Superstar by a little bit earlier this evening just to make sure I can get through all of the strands. But we only have double figures of availability. So if you want to get hold of that, please dial early. On top of that, we also have a premiere launch coming up in the final hour of the show. And again, I think this is going to be very, very popular. One of the most sought after gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. Probably get more messages requesting turquoise, natural turquoise, than any other gemstone. And this is all clustered on your sterling silver chain. So not to be missed, coming up in just over an hour. Before that though, we are going to bring you more amazing deals. Now yesterday morning, very lucky to be on the morning show. Of course, we have 3 shows here on Jewellery Maker. The morning show that runs from 9 AM till 1 PM, and that's focused around doing the premiere launches and bringing you our jewellery making kits. Then between 1 PM and 5 PM, we have the Designer Inspiration Show, which is more technique focused and tends to focus on a specific discipline. And then we have the late show, of course. This is the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day by giving you incredible value deals, clearance prices from 5 PM till 9 PM. Now, yesterday morning, we launched our Sunday show, our sort of flagship show of the week, with this particular item, and it did prove to be very, very popular. Now, I don't know why it wasn't a sellout deal, but we have been left with a limited availability. Less than 50, but there's a little bit to go round. And so, we're going to give you your second bite of the cherry on your ice blue druzy. For me, it's a tanzanite blue, because I see the sky blues, but I also see the violet hues as well. It's incredible. Now, druzy is one of our most popular gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, and I think it's because it gives you, it ticks both boxes, if you like, for people investing in bespoke jewellery designs. Yes, you've got that organic feel because of the irregularity of the crystal structure, and you can see that to great effect on that particular cabochon. But also, it offers you quite a traditional finish in terms of the sparkle that it provides you with. So, you know, you've got a very high-end look, but you've also got a very organic look. So you just can't go wrong working with this gemstone, particularly when you've got the cabochon shape. Now, our cabochons are in great demand. Yeah, so the cabochons are popular for wire work designs, for soutache designs, and actually what I was going to show you is why I think these would be so perfect for cocktail style rings. Look at this. You could either set this in this style where you're sort of elongating the shape of the finger, or you could set it like this in a double ring design, which we know Laura Bindy has shown us how to create a number of times on the show. Technically, this isn't a traditional cabochon. Cabochon is actually the name for a particular polishing technique that does create this domed effect, but we've named them that for crafting purposes, because of course you've got the flat backed finish, and then you do have the raised finish on the druzy, so but it's irregular rather than domed, of course, so just to be clear. But can you imagine setting this into a soutache design? And I have to warn everybody out there that a third of the stock has already been allocated. If you're placing this in your basket, you need to be checking out right now to avoid disappointment, because we've also got a queue on the phone lines. Now, we did offer you this as a launch yesterday morning, and it was actually our early bird. So we gave you a little special price point. if you want to get involved, start dialing now. We were left with just 40 of these in stock, but we've got more like 30 available now. That's how quickly they're being allocated to baskets, and we're going to show you the price point we can provide you with this evening. $9.95, your second bite of the cherry on 100 carats of Tanzanite blue druzy pear drops. Look at that. Just look at the sparkle you've got from these gemstones. Fantastic. That is incredible, isn't it? If you actually set that into maybe a wire wrap pendant design, you're laughing, aren't you? I can't believe the price point here, $9.95 for these incredible deal. Just look at the sparkle. Now, we're actually quite lucky to have been able to get hold of these. Mother Nature's been smiling down on these druzy crystal structures. And the reason that I actually think that is because druzy is very, very reliant on the host rock when it's forming. And this is actually formed on varieties of quartz, and so the actual host rock itself will often engulf the crystal formations, and so you miss out on experiencing the druzy sparkle. Alternatively, of course, druzy is quite a rare find, and so often when we get hold of druzy, it's literally by chance. So the miners tend to have gone looking for the host rock, quartz itself, and so often during the mining process will damage the druzy crystals. So quite lucky to have actually got hold of these, and you do get all three cabochon droplets here for just £10. Totally ridiculous. I mean, if you set that into a wire wrap pendant just on a length of chain, you'll make your money back for all three and then some from that one design, won't you? I would say about £20. And actually, if you've got this on your store, it's going to draw attention towards your designs. They're going to see that sparkle from across the room, and they're almost going to be drawn to your craft fair, almost drawn to it like a magnet, I reckon, or like a magpie, more likely, actually. Look at that sparkle there. 3 for just £10, and we're down to single figures of availability in such a short period of time. You can see there, I think that will be a sellout deal tonight. If you missed out on the opportunity to get hold of this at $9.95 yesterday, then grab it right now. You will not be disappointed. Lots of people multi-buying that particular item. Maybe you just know somebody who's away at the moment and you're being a good friend, or maybe you're thinking, huge amounts of profit in that, I want 2 of those. We're never going to limit you. We aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, and I think we've just ticked that box. We'll leave that on with you as we approach very limited availability. And actually, how about this for a combination? The subtle sparkle from your ice blues combined with the vibrant neon tones from your apatite. And this is neon apatite, probably the most sought after variety of this particular gemstone, and this has gained a neon apatite classification, and that means that you've got to have this hue coming from the centre of the gemstone, that neon tone. But often when you see neon apatite, it's very, very heavily processed, very uniformed in its cut, so you don't really get to work with the organic cut of neon apatite, because it's a high-end gemstone utilised by certainly in America. Some top-end jewellery designers tend to be relying heavily on apatite at the moment, and so you tend to get the very uniformed cuts. Here at JewelleryMaker, we like to provide you with versatility. We like to give you these organic variations, and that's exactly what we've done here. I mean, just look at the variation in the colour tones you've got there, ranging from sort of swimming pool blues to tropical blues, lagoon tones, almost the sort of, in fact, do you know what it is? You know when you go abroad and you're flying into another country, and as you're sort of landing and you look at the sea and you get that zoning of colours, all those different blues, that's what it's like looking at this gemstone strand. And it also has those very natural associations and connotations because of the irregular nature of the cuts. They range in size from 9 by 6 to 17 by 10, 120 carats in total, coming from our Gems of Distinction range. And here comes your price point. Oh, okay, here comes the current price point for this strand. So any other time, if you were to add neon apatite to your order from our website, it would be $14.95. But not today. I told you, producer Phil, he's trying to, you know, get a higher caliber of presenter working for him on the show, and so he's going a bit lower on the front. I'm joking. $9.95 for 120 carats of neon apatite. Very, very rare, actually, to bring you neon apatite here on JewelleryMaker. And I've got a bit of a theory when it comes to this gemstone. I have shared on the show, but you might have missed out. You might not have had the opportunity to tune in before. I've done a lot of research into different gemstones over the last year or so, and for me, apatite is one that keeps cropping up in American jewellery designs. These are fashion designs. Almost as much as I see amethyst on the American websites, I see apatite. And so, you know what it's like when the States adopt something, when, you know, all it takes is one celebrity to wear a piece of apatite and all of a sudden it's into the mainstream. Everybody's going to want to own it, and of course the more sought after a gemstone is, the rarer it becomes. That inflates the price point. Get in on the ground level, get in while we can still provide it to you at these price points. And you know, you can think about, oh my word, so I start talking about the potential value of a gemstone, and producer Phil takes the price point even lower. Now, I should just state that that's not guaranteed or anything. That's just my interpretation of the way apatite's being treated by certain designers. And so that's my way of looking at apatite. And America makes things famous, doesn't it? Because it's got such a larger population than Britain. So the second apatite hits the mainstream, you know for a fact everyone's going to want to get hold of neon apatite. Right now, you can have it within your collection, those intense neon blues, just a sleeping giant, if you like. And who knows, within 12 months, 24 months, you might find apatite featuring on the high street in the same way amethyst does. You know, we just don't know, do we, how things are going to go. But one thing we do know is how gorgeous this gemstone is, the kind of neon blues that you wouldn't really associate with any other gemstone. And we've brought it to you for $7.95. Now, in 60 minutes time, if you want to get hold of neon apatite, the rarest possible variety of this gemstone, you're going to have to pay $14.95. If you've already got an order up and running, why not take advantage of this clearance price, get it home, see it in the flesh, experience and appreciate that neon hue before you make a final decision. We've actually got a huge number of people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com as ever. If you want to ensure that you do get hold of this strand, then dial that free phone number right now. Or if you have put it in your basket, confirm your order, check out, and you are guaranteed to get a strand of this at $7.95. They're flying out the door at that price, but I'm not surprised, because in just 60 minutes it's going to return to the original price of $14.95, which already represented the best value on the market. We are going to move on. We've got so much to fit in. We are going to bring you a gemstone which I always think of as being one of the most emotive and sentimental gemstones. Also, it's October's birthstone, so as we do move towards the end of the year, might be a good idea to stock up on October's birthstone. And do you know what? My director's just made a great point. He's saying we are definitely getting close to winter because it's getting dark on the way home. I made this reference yesterday on my way home. I was saying 3 weeks ago, I was going when I was leaving. It wasn't getting dark until after I got home. But last night it was dark when I left the building already. So we're already moving towards the winter period. A little bit depressing, I suppose. But actually, some people love the winter time, don't they? Where, do you know what, I always think the way I sort of calm myself down about the colder climes is that I get to wear hoodies again. I get to feel cozy. That's one good thing. Now, as we do approach the end of the year, of course, we tend to ramp up the number of craft fairs that we're going to attend because there's so many more during the winter period. But also, it'd be great to offer people this very sentimental gemstone. It's funny actually, because I was saying this yesterday morning on the show, and I was saying, you know, I always think that people, they tend to have this association with opal. Maybe, oh, their great aunt used to own an opal ring, or my grandma used to own an opal pendant. I think it's because when you see the traditional colour play in an opal, it's something that does resonate with you as a child and it sticks with you. But while I was actually talking about that sort of emotive quality that opal seems to possess, Linda, our resident designer, of course, part of the Bennett family who own and run the business, was actually saying that for years and years her grandmother wore an opal ring, and when she passed away she did inherit the ring, so it got passed down to Linda, and she was burgled a couple of years ago and it was stolen. I nearly cried on air because I know how sentimental it can be, and this is why people lean towards genuine gemstones as opposed to synthetics, because of their inherent value, because of that sort of mystical property that's held within a genuine gemstone. And so, you know, for somebody to lose their sort of heirloom, if you like, it is very sort of heartbreaking, isn't it? Of course, here at JewelleryMaker we try to provide you with the best value on the market to make these sought after gemstones as affordable as possible. And right now you can add beautiful white opal to your order for just $6.95. Lots of people adding this to their order, possibly because you've got that neutral tone that will work with any other gemstone. I mean, if you think about this strand, for example, of Black Spinel coming up later in the show. Actually, we've only got about an hour to wait. No, what am I talking about? I'm an hour behind. I can't believe how much fun we're having. The show's flying. So in 15 minutes, we're going to launch a brand new strand of Spinel. Have a look at the way it's been faceted. And look at that for a monochrome look. White opal and Black Spinel. Pretty high-end, sort of 1920s flapper girl style designs there. Classic sophistication. How much, though? That means that you can, at that price point, $6.95 for opal, you can actually get hold of both of these for under £30 this evening. This is top quality Black Spinel, faceted almost to within an inch of its life, and just have a look at the depth you've got there on the coulee of the gemstone. Huge depth on that gemstone. That's coming up in about 15 minutes time. If you want to add the white opal to your order right now, it's available for just $6.95. And as ever, if you've put it in your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. We want to fit in as many deals as we can. Oh, and we're going to give you another wholesale bundle. This is the way we provide you with discount deals. And it's by taking a selection of the gemstones from our website and creating a wholesale bundle. Now, this is a unique discount deal. As with all of our other reductions and discounts, it will only be available for 60 minutes. This is one of our most popular gemstones, has been from day one, and it's a trio of Jasper strands. I suppose one of the reasons Jasper's so popular is that it does have strong connections with crafting, because it's slightly denser gemstone, it's more readily available than other gemstones, and therefore it's always been affordable. But of course we also see this huge range of colour tones in each strand of Jasper, so it provides you with versatility. And just have a look at these top drilled drops. They're irregular in size and in colour tone. Look at that. You've got one there offering the amber tones. Then you've got your forest greens. You've got aubergine colours, violets, blues. Again, perfect for your autumnal designs because of the four colours, or the sort of very earthy colour tones anyway. I mean, actually, these would be perfect for petals on a floral motif, wouldn't they, if you were creating wirework flowers, because you've got that irregularity. You know, when you do look at sort of plant life or anything that Mother Nature's created, it doesn't ever seem to be completely perfect, does it? I suppose it's the organic irregularities that really we associate with nature. Really, that is perfect, isn't it? Because you don't want it to be uniformed, otherwise it doesn't have a natural feel to it. That's why people lean towards genuine gemstones rather than synthetics, because it gives you that natural feel. So on this particular strand, you've got over 300 carats of jasper. Actually, because you've got a lot of greens on there, brilliant leaves as well. Fantastic. So you've got leaves, you've got petals there, and here we go. Look at these ever popular as smaller rounds here, because again, they offer you opportunities as a designer. You can integrate these into a number of different disciplines, whether it's the micro macrame designs, which Deb Rudge was displaying on the Designer Inspiration Show yesterday afternoon. Or of course, maybe you want to frame your Labradorite cabochons with your 3mm rounds. These colour tones would be perfect because they're emulating the colours you'll see in your Labradorescence. So Soutache designs. Oh, how about this? In fact, I've got the Druzy cabochons just here, haven't we? I can show you. Kind of. Oh, I like this. Oh, we're so close there. So you can see that you'll be able to frame the gemstone with the 3mm rounds. Of course, they also work perfectly for kumihimo or your beady beads. So many different disciplines reliant on the 3mm rounds. Can't get these ones to sit around this cabochon. It might be me. Well, it's definitely me. No, what's the point in denying it? So there you go. Dan, thank you so much. There you go. So we've got the Labradorite cabochon. I think the colour tones work so well with the Labradorescence that you're going to see on those cabochons. There you go. So almost looks like a little Soutache pendant, doesn't it then? Whoa, you get all of these for $7.95. 350 carats of jasper for $7.95. Unbelievable. I was talking a couple of days ago on the show about a time when I was the manager on the channel, and this was back in the early days, and we only had a limited capacity on our phone lines. If you got like over 100 people queuing on the phone lines, all the phones tended to collapse, and then I'd get the call centre manager, Gems TV manager, all storming up to my desk like, what do you think you're doing? And the reason I used to create this sort of furore on the phone lines was offering 3 strand packs of gemstones for $9.95. That used to melt the phone lines. Nowadays, because of the way we've expanded, not only do we have much greater capacity on our phone lines, but we can also offer you even greater value than we ever have before. 3 strands of jasper here for $7.95. Now, of course, if you were coming to the back of that kind of queue, then there'd be nothing for you to worry about because we offer you a free phone number here on JewelleryMaker. But I have to say it's more to do with the stock availability these days, isn't it? Because we've got such a huge number of people watching the show at all times, waiting to take hold of this kind of value, that to give you 350 carats of jasper for $7.95 is an offer that most people do not want to miss out on. We've got about 10 or 20 of these placed in people's baskets. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because I've got multi-buyers coming through from Greater London, from Berkshire, from the West Midlands, from Cornwall, all coming through to take 2 of this particular bundle, and it's because of the carat weight and the price point. So when I talk about value here on JewelleryMaker, not necessarily just referring to the price point, also talking about the quality and the carat weight that we can offer you for those price points. 3 strands of jasper here in your 3mm cuts of, I suppose, the earthy, almost sand-like tones combined with the green leaf-like tones, and then you've got these huge jaspers here, the top drilled irregular nuggets, all available for $7.95. Of course, that is only available at that price for 60 minutes, so if you want to take advantage of that deal, act now to avoid disappointment. We are going to move on though. Oh my word, how quickly is this show going? Time flies when you're having fun. It's time now for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Now, we're just about to bring you another wholesale bundle, and I have to say, I've got the same feeling looking at these as you get, you know, when you're a kid, I'm looking around to see if anybody's young enough. Tom, you'll probably be reminiscent of this. You know, when you look at pick and mix when you're a kid, or when you go into the shops and they have the jars of sweets. I've ordered a quarter of sweets in my life in a village shop. You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? Of cola cubes. Quarter of cola cubes. Can't go wrong. Oh, God, I love cola cubes. No, the reason I say that is because you've got almost confectionery style colours from your gemstones here. They're fantastic. Look at this. Now, over the summer holidays, I've actually been getting my little girl into jewellery making, just to keep her mind active. And I'll be honest with you, it's far more affordable to invest in bundles of gemstones. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, than it is to go to the cinema or go to a theme park or whatever it is. This is far more affordable. And of course, the beauty of it is that you get a creative output. So you get something to sort of hang your hat on if you want. And the other good thing about it is that it, you know, I always say, it keeps their mind active, because you do work hard. As a parent, you do work hard to, you know, make sure that they're progressing through their academic year. And then the school comes along, gives them 6 weeks off in the summer. I know we all had it, but once you're a parent, you complain about it. It gives them 6 weeks off. You'll pay twice as much for your childcare, and everything you've just spent 9 months teaching them falls out their brain. You've got to start all over again on September the 1st. Brilliant. My frustration is coming out on screen. But the great thing, honestly, the great thing about giving your youngsters a creative outlet is that it keeps the cogs turning, if you like. It keeps their mind active, and also it's quite nice to express yourself in a different way. You know, doing times tables quite boring, but actually creating something really interesting. And of course, you could actually use these if you wanted to. Once you've actually engaged with them on that level, you could actually use these to do different educational games, couldn't you? Maybe counting out the gemstones. Actually, you know, just for developing fine motor skills, jewellery making is very good for that side of things. Now, I'm focusing on that side of things just because, you know, I have been working with my daughter on jewellery making designs. She's already better than me. She's fantastic, honestly. She's a very artistic little girl, Sophie. But on top of that, if you think about it, you know, take away the multicoloured tones, all of a sudden you've got classic looks, haven't you? That's almost a Kunzite pink. That's like a Morganite pink tone. So you've got your baby blue and your baby pink. So if one of your close friends or relatives is having a baby sometime soon, you can actually create a beautiful piece of jewellery. You know, I think it is traditional to give the new mother a piece of jewellery. I had to buy a Tanzanite ring, but if you can create Quartzite macrame bracelet, then you're laughing, I suppose. There you go. 14mm rounds in your baby blue Quartzite there. So a significant impact, not just from the size, but also from the colour tone, almost like a neon blue, isn't it? Then you've got your Kunzite pink Quartzite there, and those are 8mm rounds. And again, you've got the versatility from your Morganite pink Quartzite in your 4mm rounds, and then just look at that. I mean, it just looks like a strand of confectionery or multicoloured sapphire, something like that, you know, something very luxurious. It's a little gemstone party on one strand there, gorgeous. And if you were to invest in this particular bundle, you'd be getting over 700 carats of Quartzite here, very distinctive colours. And the 4mm rounds, perfect for those popular disciplines, your macrame, your kumahimo, your soutache, your wire work, your classic beady beads, and then you've got the ever popular perfect rounds. I'm getting a lot of requests on Facebook at the moment for perfect rounds, so they are in high demand. In fact, this strand alone is representative of 500 carats of Quartzite, so incredible value that we can bring you tonight. And normally it would cost you £12.80, I think it was. We're not staying there tonight. We're going down to $8.95. I'm just talking about giving 3 strand packs for $9.95. Now you're giving 4 strand packs for $8.95. Told you, producer Phil's just not messing around tonight. He wants to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. He wants to provide you with versatility as jewellery designers, and I think he's achieving all of that with this one bundle here. 4 strands of gemstones. You've got your 4mm rounds, your 8mm rounds, and your 14mm rounds. You've got these beautifully classic colours, but you've also got the vibrancy from your multicoloured strand there, and all for $8.95. It's another no-brainer there. It's a great way to expand your gemstone selection, but for less than £10. You just cannot go wrong with this particular deal, can you? And as I say, when I see it, I'm seeing quite playful designs that you could put together with your children, but I know that out there are some very, very talented designers that are going to allow you to maybe incorporate these into very sophisticated designs, actually. We've got a message from Yvonne in Cambridge, and she says, have I missed the turquoise? My boyfriend is in the shower, so I can buy it while he's busy. That's coming from Yvonne. No, it's probably coming up in less than an hour, so around about 8:25, because we've got to start our superstar by. How could we keep Yvonne's boyfriend in the shower for a bit longer? Don't know. Come up with your own suggestions, Yvonne, for that one. Come up with something else for him to do when he gets out of the shower. Say, oh yeah, that cupboard door's a bit funny. Could you have a look at that? Yeah, we've run out of milk. That's always a good one. Send him to the shops at about 8:20. I'll show you the turquoise chain because Yvonne has referenced it. It's coming up at about 8:25 this evening, and the reason we're moving this slightly forward is because we've got your 30 strand super saver coming up at about 20 to 9. So in about an hour's time, we'll be able to bring you the 30 strand super saver. And I'm just enamoured by both of these products. I'm basically just trying to get to 8:30 so we can launch the turquoise and then do the 30 strand super saver. But in the meantime, we get to bring you some of my favourite gemstones. So it's pretty good when you love your job, isn't it? Okay, and I have to say, this gemstone strand for me highlights the improvement in the quality of the gemstones here at JewelleryMaker over the last 6 to 12 months. Because I think when we were first able to source topaz, and we haven't always been able to get hold of this gemstone, of course you're entering a very competitive market when you try to source topaz, heavily utilised by high street jewellery designers as well as some of the top end designers. And so when we sort of rock up and say we want faceted sky blue topaz for JewelleryMaker, it is a competitive market. You know, it can be difficult to get hold of, especially if you're looking at similar quality as you're used to seeing set into 9-carat gold. And this is exactly what we've got here. Pure consistency of this sky blue tone, which is easily the most popular and utilised colour of topaz. Of course, we know there are more revered varieties, such as your London blue topaz, but of course you have to pay a premium for those varieties. Sky blue topaz seems to be the most heavily used variety, and I would actually advise you to do your own research right now. You don't even need to write sky blue topaz. Just write topaz jewellery into your search engine. You'll find a plethora of designs, all of which feature this colour tone. However, I'm almost not sure that they'll have such heavily faceted gemstones in their designs. The more facets you place on the surface of a gemstone, the greater the play of light, and therefore the more sparkle you get. These, again, very uniform in their faceting, huge number of facets on each gemstone. Now these, again, do have a graduation on the strand. They range from 3mm to 6mm. So, again, great versatility. You could probably use about half of these gemstones, re-strand it, and you'd have a fantastic topaz bracelet offering you, if not identical, very similar quality to that you'd see on the high street. And of course, very, very high end. Of course, once again, we're looking at a birthstone here, November's birthstone. Now, the reason I say write topaz jewellery into your search engine to do your own research is that I've done some research into this gemstone. And actually, in the week I was talking about this. I went into a lot of the high street jewellery stores. One of the designs I saw was for a sky blue topaz, and it had less than half a carat of sky blue topaz. It was accented with a cubic zirconia, so it's not even a genuine gemstone, into sterling silver, $77.99. I'm telling you. Now, we also found a very high-end design on our sister channel's website. So on the Gemporia website, we saw very high quality, actually a similar colour saturation to that you've got on this gemstone, and it had been accented with diamonds on our sister channel, set into 9-carat white gold. And the price point, it was a large carat weight actually. It was 5.36 carats of your Swiss blue topaz or sky blue topaz, accented with diamonds and set into 9-carat gold, £277 on Gemporia. I also found some designs from some of the larger London-based design houses, 4-figure sums for sky blue topaz. So that just goes to show you the kind of price points that people are prepared to pay to get topaz into their collection. It's very, very well known. You know, it's one of those gemstones, I suppose, that is starting to get up into the sort of amethyst kind of category, if you like, of being used by a lot of designers, being very well known on the high street, but also with gemstone aficionados. And just have a look at the quality of this topaz. We have always been able to source gemstones here, but not always been able to bring you the very high-end gemstones like topaz. When we first started to get hold of topaz, you would find a lot of variations in the colour toning, maybe not the greatest clarity, slightly included gemstones. This is the highest quality strand of topaz I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. I hate to say that so often, but unfortunately I have to be honest, and at the moment, from delivery to delivery, the quality of the gemstones is improving. This epitomises that quality improvement. Normally available at $34.95, but as I say, producer Phil's on one tonight and he's giving you the lowest ever price on this strand, $26.95. Often we'll find that with the high-end gemstones from our Gems of Distinction range, we have very traditional cuts. So your top drill drops, for example, are very popular. The nuggets are very popular. But to get perfect rounds of topaz of this quality is very, very rare. This is unbelievable. And actually, I was just thinking, if you really want to maximise on this and you don't want to give all of your topaz away, you could be quite sparing with this because of the graduation. Just a couple of the 3mm, couple of the 4mm, couple of the 5mm, use one of the 6mm in the centre. You could get away with just using 10 gemstones here, maybe even less. In a design, you're going to make a huge impact. I always think sky blue topaz looks fantastic in sterling silver because then you get that sort of fresh, icy tone from the gemstone and from the metallic tone, but actually it looks equally as beautiful in yellow gold as well. And of course, if you are working with these very high-end offerings, you probably do want to be setting them into at least sterling silver because it adds to the design. And of course, it shows your customers that you have an understanding of the inherent value of a gemstone. If you take a gemstone of this quality and start setting it into base metals, your customers might be dubious about whether it is the real deal. And of course, people might be a little bit dubious about your own personal knowledge of the gemstone. They might be thinking, you've set topaz into base metal. Oh, do you understand the value of this gemstone? So, you know, you want to be able to provide yourself with credibility as a designer. Huge number of people getting involved here, regular buyers, maximising on their 1 P&P per day. And of course, if you do want to add the authenticity card to your order, make sure you speak to a member of the help team. I think if you're shopping online, it's just a click of a box and it includes your certificate of authenticity. In fact, if you ever forget to do it, and as long as you're logged in and you've bought the strand, you'll be able to print off the certificate of authenticity from our website. So no risk involved, but always best to provide yourself with as much authority as a designer as you can, and we've just taken that down to $26.95, but only for the next 60 minutes, so don't miss out on that deal. Get it home, see it in the flesh before you make an informed decision. Oh, these are very similar colour tones, but this is your aquamarine, I think. Is that right? There you go. So this is March's birthstone. We just brought you November's birthstone. Of course, people tend to be more drawn towards birthstone jewellery because they've got that personal association with the gemstone. I was saying earlier, in fact, these days when I see rainbow moonstone, I just want to own it because it's my birthstone. It's really strange, you know. I worked in the industry for, say, like 6 years and never really invested in jewellery designs for myself. Always bought them as gifts. As soon as I've bought my first piece of jewellery, now I can't help it. Seriously. I bought a pair of cufflinks, and now everywhere I go, I'm like on alert. I'm like, oh, do they sell cufflinks here? I want to have a look at the cufflinks. I don't know what it is. Once you start a collection, I suppose you're just drawn to adding to it, aren't you? 15 carats of aquamarine here, a very popular gemstone. Again, very well understood, I think, by gemstone enthusiasts or gemologists. And of course, it actually does have a very historical legacy attached to it. Before certain jewellery company came along and did a big marketing campaign and told you that you had to buy people diamonds when you were asking a certain question, aquamarine was the gemstone of choice for engagement rings long before diamonds, and it's still associated with weddings because it's actually the gemstone that you should buy for people's 19th wedding anniversary. I know that sounds strange, but I suppose it's one that gets overlooked, isn't it? Because when you start coming up to your 19th wedding anniversary, everyone's starting to plan for your 20th party, aren't they? So sometimes things get overlooked. 19. How many years have you been married for now, Tom? 3 years since you got married. No wonder I feel so old. Yeah, of course. So you were getting married around the time that my son was born. Freddie, yeah, that makes sense actually, yeah. Well, we're getting old, mate. And here we go. Laura in Derbyshire is texting to say, Ed, stop having such great deals. That means I can't help but buy loads of stuff. No. That's our job. Sorry, Laura. Okay, and we've got another message. Oh no, sorry, we've got the price point. That's what we've got. $11.95 is the current price. That's already representative of the best value on the market. Less than £1 a carat. And we're not even staying there. Again, you've got the top drilled drops here, perfect for petals, perfect for the wings of a dragonfly or a butterfly. Whoa! Once again, producer Phil putting the equivalent of your P&P back in your pocket, taking this down to $8.95 this evening. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range, represents the best quality aquamarine we can source for you, and it's available right now at the clearance price of $8.95. 15 carats of aquamarine for $8.95. Sorry, a fly just flew into my face and I made a funny noise into my microphone. Sorry, I went, ah. Sorry. Somebody's trying to wind me up in here. Yes, yesterday, there was a little fly. It always happens in the summer. It happens in my house as well. But yeah, a fly actually threw to the back of my throat. I had to cut my mic out. It's gross, isn't it? $8.95 for 15 carats of aquamarine. That's a clearance price available for an hour. We are going to move on. One more deal before we bring you another star buy. Okay? Aha. Now this, again, offers you so much scope as a designer for a lot of the reasons I've just discussed actually. It's a prominent gemstone that is used on the high street, and therefore people are familiar with this and they're always drawn towards the gemstone. On top of that, it's a birthstone. It's February's birthstone, amethyst, but because it's connected to February as its birthstone, it also has very strong associations with romance because it's the gemstone of Valentine's, of course, sometimes called Cupid's gemstone. So there you go. But often When people think of amethyst, they associate it with those very intense and regal purple tones, don't they? Now those don't always suit people's skin tone, hair colour, attire, for example. You know, if you don't like wearing purple, you might not want to invest in amethyst. So if you're able to offer people this variation on a very traditional gemstone, it might lead to greater sales. And of course, it's all about choice. If everybody was the same, if everybody liked the same, A, it'd be a pretty boring world, and B, there'd be no need for jewellery designers. Yeah, because your style, the gemstones you use, all lend themselves to a completely different look, a bespoke design each time. And so working with the alternative varieties of traditional gemstones can lead to greater sales, especially when you look at a gemstone like this, that again has got very distinctive facety. In fact, if you look at that, this is not a style of faceting you see every day here. And so again, you've got an alternative colour tone and an alternative facet on the gemstone itself. Traditional shape, of course, in your top drilled drops, and actually once again, how perfect would these be for petals and leaves as a result, because of that very beautiful pastel tone of green you get here. 75 carats in total, faceted green amethyst. In fact, a lot of the expert guest designers here at JewelleryMaker tell me that you have to have amethyst on your craft fair store, because if you don't, people might not realise you're working with genuine gemstones. Amethyst is one of those gemstones that people are aware of, and of course when they see a genuine gemstone, they understand that you perhaps have a little more credibility than other crafters out there. Oh, and we're not even staying at $9.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of green amethyst. Where's Pete when you need him?
You got the next best thing.
Now, whenever I have a ridiculous price point like this, I normally pull Participation Pete on screen and make him hold it in case any of the managers tune in. So I'm like, look what Pete's done. Basically, I'm looking for a scapegoat. I wouldn't do that to you, Dan. Pete deserves it. No, I'm joking. Pete's got quite a fan club here at JewelleryMaker, I must say, a big following. Oh, it looks like this could be a sellout deal at that price point. People are flying in on the phone lines, and probably if everybody who has this place in their basket checked out right now, we probably have about 10 remaining in stock. Oh, Louise just came through and took 2 of these, so it is quickly being allocated to people's orders. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Dial the free phone number or click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. 10 strands already have been allocated, so congratulations to Elizabeth, Sandra, Jamie, Patricia, Louise, Danielle, Carolyn, Alison, Angela. Over half the stock's now been allocated on this particular item, and it looks to me like it will be a sellout deal based on how many people have this placed in their basket. So if you want to get involved, a clearance price for one of, I suppose, the most recognisable gemstones within the industry in terms of amethyst, but a gemstone that's been revered for thousands of years, thought to be the favourite gemstone of Catherine the Great. And actually, she used to have amethyst purple sails on all of her fleet of ships. So there you go. $6.95, and we are now down to single figures of availability. You can see there just a handful remaining in stock, and I think those are all going to go at $6.95. We're going to leave that one there, and we're going to read a quick message out from one of our viewers. Thank you for getting involved this evening. It's come through from Danielle, who just got involved with that deal, and it says, I must say, Ed, I'm starting to warm to this producer Phil chap. Scarily good deals tonight. My poor bank balance. That's what I've been saying. That's been another sellout. That just goes to show how good Phil's deals are. We're going to move on. It's time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another Star Buy opportunity, and it's another premiere launch. On this particular strand, we are looking at one of the most elegant and sophisticated gemstones available on the market, and a gemstone which has been mistaken for black diamonds throughout the eras. Now, Spinel is actually known as the master of disguise. And it's because we often have misclassifications of spinel. Famously, red spinel is often confused with rubies, and black spinel is often confused with black diamonds. There's two reasons for this, one of which is that, well, for a start, spinel has an isometric crystal structure, so identical to a diamond in that respect. Therefore, you have a single refractive index. So basically, with, for example, a red spinel, you get beautiful clarity, strong colour tone and sparkle, just like you'd associate with a ruby. On black spinel, you get the depth of colour, you get the lustre that you're seeing here, which you normally associate with black diamonds, but actually you get greater lustre from black spinel than you do from black diamonds. So that just goes to show why that takes place. Now, because of those misclassifications, spinel has actually become a very revered gemstone in its own right, often included in imperial collections. But also, when you're dealing with something like black spinel, of course, it's more readily available than a black diamond. It offers you greater amount of lustre, and I suppose it offers you that level of sophistication that you only get from a jet black gemstone. I mean, this is crying out to be used in evening wear, isn't it? When you enter the room, you're going to be noticed, aren't you, if you're wearing spinel of this quality, especially when you look at the dynamic nature of the cut here. Now, these have actually been cut into top drilled drops, and then they've been checkerboard faceted, quite a traditional finish on one angle. On the other side of the gemstone, they have actually been faceted to a point. This is so incredible because it offers you a completely different look to the gemstone than you'd normally associate with spinel, and allows you, again, lots of creative opportunities, lots of ways of incorporating this into your designs. Maybe you want to set it quite proud in a traditional ring setting if you are a talented wire worker and you want to create a claw setting or a prong setting, and you can allow the coulee of the gemstone to be visible, can't you? And you'll show the depth of the gemstone. Maybe, however, you want a more dynamic look and you want to set it so that the point sits proud in your design. Actually, you could use these to great effect in macrame ring designs if you wanted to use wire, because the little point will be set into the macrame knot, and then you'll get that setting, that traditional setting. That's fantastic. Look at that checkerboard faceting in itself. Now, I always associate spinel with evening wear, but I imagine there's a lot of jewellery makers out there who do have other designs in mind, especially when they see the cut here, because you've got that fantastic brilliance and lustre that you associate with the gemstone, but you've got a very unique cut here, not something we see every day on JewelleryMaker, and so I imagine there's a lot of jewellery makers who are chomping at the bit to get this particular strand home. We brought you a strand of spinel yesterday, and I was saying we had 300 in stock and we sold it out in minutes. So that just goes to show the popularity of this gemstone. If you want to get involved, put yourself to the front of the queue. Start dialing that free phone number right now, because we are going to offer you an exclusive launch price this evening, $14.95 for over 100 carats of black spinel. And we're not talking about, you know, small carat weights here. I'll count the number you have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in total, 135 carats, so roughly an average of, what, 8 or 9 carats on each gemstone. But again, you've got a variation in the size, ranging from 10 to 14 mil, so you can imagine this gemstone is going to be more like 15 carats, whereas the smaller one's going to be more like 6 or 7. So there you go. You can definitely offer your customers a huge carat weight in your spinel, but I think when you are working with this gemstone, you're probably going to be working alongside another gemstone. We were talking earlier about the white opal, if you wanted to create those classic monochrome design. I mean, that in itself just looks fantastic, doesn't it? Now, when I always think about monochrome designs at the moment, I was thinking about adding a little bit of a feminine hue in there, almost provides you with a greater level of theatre to your look, a more dramatic look if you inject a little bit of femininity in there. I love this. I love this gemstone. And actually, I suppose you can use your black spinel with any other gemstone because you've got the neutrality of that jet black tone. It's going to go with any other gemstone. I mean, you can go in one direction and maybe put it alongside shocking pinks. Or maybe you want to set it with turquoise. Turquoise and spinel, 2 gemstones revered for thousands of years. Can't go wrong. Oh, we just gave you an exclusive price reduction. This is our launch price, only available for 60 minutes. Don't panic. All of the multi-buyers who are already on the phone lines, you will pay the same final low price as everyone else. Absolutely incredible for very elegant and sophisticated gemstone there. Don't forget that turquoise chain coming up in about 20 minutes, so not long to wait. Actually, I just put those together at a whim, but actually they're fantastic together, aren't they? That's gorgeous. Love that combination. And if you were waiting to see if we were going to provide you with an exclusive launch price, I hope you didn't wait too long, because we have created a queue on the phone lines now. These are flying out the door. Huge number of people also placing this in their baskets. I'm sorry if I sound repetitive, but I just want to make sure everybody has an equal opportunity to get hold of these premier strands. And of course, if you place it in your basket without checking out, you could miss out on this exclusive price point. You could miss out on the strand altogether, for all I know. $11.95 for your gorgeous Spinel, 135 carats there. Your first could be your final chance to own that particular strand, but you'll only be able to get hold of it at $11.95 for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to get involved, you know what to do. Dial the free phone number or check out your baskets at jewellerymaker.com. I'll have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid, despite the fact I've fallen in love with the strand. We are going to go to a quick break, and that will lead us into the final hour of the show, which of course means the exclusive launch of the turquoise chain and the 30 strand Super Saver bundle. Don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Welcome back to the final hour of the late show this evening here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We are very, very busy, and it's because of the amazing value and deals that producer Phil's been bringing us so far this evening. Coming up in about 20 minutes time, not long to wait at all now for the premiere launch, natural turquoise set into sterling silver chain. Look at the clusters there. I mean, it's a design in itself actually, isn't it? We know how popular our sterling silver gemstone chains are at the best of times, but when you're setting in natural turquoise, one of, I would say, the most sought after gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, you know this is going to be a sellout deal. Start dialing the free phone number the second the graphics hit the screen to get hold of that particular item. And of course, coming up at the end of the show, although we'll have to start a little bit earlier than usual, the 30 strand Super Saver. This features over 2,000 carats of gemstones, and that's not inclusive of the wood, the cultured pearls, the shell pearl. There's genuine cultured pearls in here.
There's also a double strand as well.
There's a double strand.
Technically getting 31.
Good point. So is that the sunstone?
Yep.
Could describe that as a 31 strand, but we'll leave it at 30. We'll be fair. So that's coming up at the end of the show, and that's only about half an hour away. We are going to start with one of the big four and next month's birthstone. Beautiful sapphire. Of course, this gemstone is known to keep pretty good company. It's part of the big four, big five, depending on how you look at it. So it's rubbing shoulders with emeralds, diamonds, and of course its sister stone, ruby. Actually, looks to me like we've got a few rubies on this strand. The reason I say that, of course, rubies is actually a colour classification of sapphire itself. So if you find a red sapphire, it's classified as ruby. So they're exactly the same gemstone, same chemical composition, known as corundum. This is actually Songean sapphire, coming from, well, one of the premium locations which we actually mine sapphire from in Tanzania, and very, very difficult to get hold of sapphires from this region. In fact, we're actually starting to think that as an industry, we might be seeing less coloured sapphires on the market over the next 6 to 12 months than we would normally. The reason for that is that it's not that Mother Nature's not creating sapphires. So there are sapphires available, but it's to do with the size of the deposits that we find. So if the yield isn't high enough, it means that for some of the bigger design houses, it's not really worthwhile investing in sapphire. They won't have enough to go around, basically, for all of their stores or for all of their collections. And so over the next few months, you might see that there's actually less coloured sapphires available on the market than you would normally see. Of course, here at JewelleryMaker, we're able to, I suppose, negotiate prices on those lower yields, and therefore offer jewellery makers the chance to work with these very, very prestigious and rare varieties of top-end gemstones like sapphires. You've actually got 40 carats on this strand because it's 45 centimetres in length. So that's probably twice the length of a traditional strand here at JewelleryMaker in itself. And here you've got a fantastic variety of colour tones ranging from pink sapphires to the green sapphires, the blue sapphires, and then even a few rubies on there as well. Beautiful. Now, of course, we know that sapphires are rising in popularity at the moment. Of course, they're the gemstone of choice when a princess is requesting an engagement ring, aren't they? Because, you know, Princess Diana famously requested a Ceylon blue sapphire rather than a diamond, and of course Kate has inherited that, hasn't she, with her marriage to Prince William? Not to me, Tom. We're on first name basis. My director said, shouldn't that be the Duchess of Cambridge to you? The big dog. I don't think so. We're on first name basis, of course. We're not. And I'll just say that due to those decreases in the deposits of sapphires that we're uncovering, very, very interesting that we're able to bring you it here at JewelleryMaker, because as I say, you are offering your customers opportunities that they might not find elsewhere. But also, just have a look at the colour varieties you've got here. Gorgeous saturation of colour there. You can see that you've got that it's almost like a sort of a fluorite blue that you're getting on a lot of those sapphires, isn't it? Beautiful variation in the colours, and the opportunity to own coloured sapphires is very, very special, particularly for September's babies, because it's September's birthstone. So if you are putting together a piece of maybe bespoke birthstone jewellery for somebody special to you, now is the time to do it. Sorry, I wasn't doing an impression of Roger Rabbit then. I was actually taken aback by the price point. $17.95 I thought was the clearance price. We've just taken it to the lowest ever price point of $11.95. How many of these do we have in stock? There's not going to be enough to go round. We've got fewer than 20 strands in stock now. That's going to be a sellout at a clearance price of $11.95, especially when you consider that you're getting nearly half a metre of Songia sapphire. How many suppliers would sell you one of the big four in half a metre lengths, or 45 centimetre lengths, sorry? Pretty ridiculous. That is a fantastic price point. I'm absolutely shocked. Oh, I think my family are phoning Phil, invite him to Christmas dinner. One of the first people to render me silent. Songia sapphire for $11.95. It's not small carat weight, is it? 40 carats. I mean, I know that maybe if you like to work in the same way as Mark Smith, for example, you could colour graduate all these out. That's going to look fantastic. But actually, if you wanted to rely on the actual variation, that would be a fantastically organic design in itself. Actually, my director makes a fantastic point there. Can you imagine walking into a high street jeweller's and saying, I'd quite like to buy a 40 carat sapphire design. I've got £12 in my wallet. Get out. I think you lost your marbles. Yeah. But that's the kind of value we can offer you here at JewelleryMaker. I mean, to be honest, because you've got that longer length, you literally can restrand the gemstones, add a sterling silver or perhaps a gold-plated sterling silver clasp. You're going to treble your money at least, aren't you? And then some. What are we thinking? 40, 50 pounds for a 40 carat sapphire necklace? I know that you've got the tumbled shapes, that irregularity, but that's often more popular with people investing in bespoke designs, isn't it? $11.95, of course, a clearance price only available for the next 60 minutes, and we are now moving into single figures of availability. I think that's going to be a sellout deal. Congratulations if you got hold of that. And we're going to move on now. We're going to go from the luxury end of your gemstone opportunities to an essential finding pack. So this is going to contain everything you need to put together jewellery designs, but it also allows you to replenish all of those stocks at once. This is your silver plated copper, and you actually get 115 pieces in total. Here we go. Sorry, I dropped one crimp bead. I have found it and picked it up. Getting in trouble here. Here you go. So there's your 115 pieces of silver-plated copper. You've got a metre of chain. You've got your fancy earring findings, which actually are very, very useful because they work either way. You can either set them round that way and have your gemstone hanging off there, or you can set them through your ear that way and have your gemstones down here. So very, very versatile. Yes, it will, because it goes all the way through your ear. So if you push it through, and then that part will sit like that, you see? So they work either way. So again, offers you design scope, and they're actually, they're quite a significant look, aren't they? It's quite on trend for your fashion designs. You've also got your spacer beads, your shepherd hooks, 3 different kinds of head pins, including your ball head pins, your star head pins, and your fine head pins, which are 0.3 mil, so they'll go through the smaller drill holes, maybe from the Gems of Distinction range. You've got your crimp beads, your crimp bead covers, 3 different styles of toggle clasp. And you can see here, I mean, just have a look at this toggle clasp here. Rope effect toggle clasp, perfect for vintage designs. I've just had an idea. I was just thinking you could get 2 of these, because I love to use those on a cufflink design. Think about the Grey Moonstone earlier. You're probably going to need quite a significant toggle for the cufflink designs, so that'd be fantastic for those, wouldn't it? And then of course you're left with this sort of fancy finding part that would also be easy to incorporate into designs. You could actually maybe set polymer clay into that part. This is just if you're creating a cufflink design. Of course, it is a taggle clasp in its own right. Now, you get 115 pieces of sterling silver plated copper. I say that because a few customers were asking me recently if it's sterling silver that's used for the plating, and it is. So just to put your mind at rest. Sterling silver used on the plating of the base metal here. 115 pieces in total. Very exciting for me to bring you this opportunity. Of course, as I say, I have worked on my channel for a long time, and I remember the days when we only had one findings option. 25 pieces of sterling silver. It came with every kit, very standardized. Of course, as I say, thanks to your loyal custom, we have expanded at a rate of knots, and we now have a huge array of findings opportunities. But the prices still shock me. $6.95 for silver plated copper here. Do you know what? Because we've been so busy this evening, I imagine that is going to be a popular deal because it's an add it to your order price, isn't it? If you've already paid your $2.95 and you've got your order up and running, they're essential items. You know everyone's going to need them. So add those to your order right now for just $6.95. Fantastic deal. We're going to move on though. Oh, really? Another exciting gemstone that we don't see every day here on JewelleryMaker, mainly because it is quite rare. So, you know, you're not probably going to see it on the high street every day either. And of course, we've just been discussing the idea of working with alternative varieties of well-known gemstones. So this is actually your dendritic opal. So we think traditionally about the pinfire when we think of opal, but here you've got your dendrite opal, and here you've got the almost, I suppose, foliage is the way I describe the style of the inclusions that you find on dendritic opal. And it is absolutely fantastic. Now, we actually have a lot of dealings directly with opal mine owners. It's a gemstone that the owner of the company, Steve Bennett's very passionate about. And therefore, because we've been given a long time to build up rapport and to build a very long-standing relationship with our opal suppliers, we do tend to get very, very competitive price points when we're investing in opal. And of course, we pass those savings on to you. Now, this is completely natural gemstone. These aren't inclusions that we've created or anything. This is how Mother Nature has chosen to place the inclusions inside the gemstone. And actually, do you know what? Normally, you'd think of it as almost plant-like inclusions, almost like fossilized plant life living inside the gemstone. And on some of the gemstones, that is how it looks, almost like a Japanese art style print of maybe like a fern leaf or a lotus flower, something like that. But on other gemstones here, it's almost like an animal print style. Have a look at this. Look at that. That almost looks like cheetah print, don't you think? Look at that. Doesn't that look like a sort of leopard, snow leopard, something like that? Fantastic. Do you know what these would be great for? Charm designs. I know that I've been brainwashed by the high street charm shop into thinking that this shape should be used in that way, but actually you can see why it would work perfectly, because the weightiness of the rondelle will hang beautifully on a bracelet design, won't it? I've already got people multi-buying this strand. Do you know what I'm thinking? People are probably going to get one for their personal collection because it's so rare to see dendritic opal, and one so they can create a piece of jewellery to wear. 85 carats comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and as ever, we're going to offer you the best value on the market, but we only have a limited availability. $11.95 for 85 carats of dendrite opal. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Dial the free phone number. If you are placing it in your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. Michelle's taken 2, Abigail's taken 2, Jennifer's taken 2. New buyer, you've taken 2. Interesting. That makes me think that if you are trying to get involved, you do need to check out quickly online. Lots of people adding this to their order. Well done to Valerie, Diane, Manjit, Claire. You've just taken 2 strands of this as well. So if you want to get involved, as I say, please act with urgency. We're not putting you under any pressure because you have a 30-day money-back guarantee here at JewelleryMaker. So get it home. Appreciate those very organic but subtle inclusions that you get in dendrite opal, and then make an informed decision about whether this is going to suit your jewellery designs. Still got a lot of people coming through at jewellerymaker.com, and right now you can have this order for just $11.95. Of course, we're talking about October's birthstone, but a very, very rare variety there. 85 carats of dendrite opal, ranging in size from 6x4 to 10x6 mil. So by the time you get to the centre of this strand, you are looking at a very significant look. Can't think of that as anything other than leopard print now. I'll very much myself. But you know what? Everyone's going to see different imagery when they stare into this gemstone, and that's why you're going to get such a varied style of jewellery when you're working with a gemstone like this. $11.95 in total for 85 carats. We're going to leave that one there because we've got a bit of a queue on the phone lines. We're going to move on now and offer you another essential finding. This time, once again, we're looking at high end on top of high end. You've got your rose gold plated sterling silver. My metal of choice, I have to say, the rose gold plated sterling silver. And not only is this providing you with the opportunity to work with high-end metal tones and precious metals like rose gold, but also it's got a little bit of a character all of its own, hasn't it? Because you've got the little floral shape here, so it's going to inject a bit of character into your designs. They're 5x1 mil in size, and you've got probably 1 or 2 mil sort of depth on the spacer itself. Of course, these are fantastic for providing you with a perfect accent. There you go. There's a floral shape. Actually, you could use them maybe as snowflakes or sunshines, depending on what kind of style of jewellery you're creating. It's how you interpret the findings in the gemstones, isn't it? Unfortunately, though, despite the fact that this is a wholesale deal, we only have a limited number available. In fact, fewer than 20 of you can add this to your order. You're actually getting 3.5 grams of rose gold plated sterling silver here. Of course, if people are investing in your designs, they might sort of hold it up to a more traditional form of valuation, if you like, the 4 C's for gemstones, or the weight of the metal rather than the design. And you can be fairly confident that you're offering people a hefty metal weight here if you're getting 3.5 grams across 20 small spacers. Right now, you can add it to your order for just $6.95. And once again, we do have people quickly adding this to their order. Half the stock's already been allocated. As I say, we do have fewer than 20 in stock, quickly being allocated to baskets. And of course, not only do you have that very definitive look from these spacers, but you've got the versatility of working with rose gold, perfect for vintage designs, injecting a bit of femininity or maybe toning down the hotter tones. So you just can't go wrong working with rose gold plated sterling silver, and you're adding value instantly into your designs because you've got precious metals. $6.95, and we're going to move on. Is it time? Oh no, sorry, one more deal did you say? Sorry. Okay, cool. So I was getting excited because I thought we were going to do the turquoise chain. Shall I show everybody? Are we doing it next? Cool. We'll give everybody a heads up, that's fair. If you've just tuned in, we're about to launch turquoise sterling silver chain.
Teresa.
Was it Teresa? It's coming up in one go, son. We had a text message from somebody. We're all terrible with names, apparently. I openly admit I am terrible with names. Well, who are you again?
Who am I?
Yeah, what's your name again? See, he can't remember his own name. No, Useless.
No, forget it.
We are going to give you one more deal before we bring you. It was Yvonne.
Oh, Yvonne. What is it? Where
Teresa.
Teresa from?
Well, that's our question to you, Dan. Where did you get Teresa from?
No, I think that just shows up.
Yvonne, one more deal to go. In fact, oh, we've had a message instantly from Yvonne. It says, the boyfriend is out of the shower, watching an anticipation and dread. Oh, that is Mick. Mick's texted in on Yvonne's phone. Don't worry, Mick. We give the best value on the market. One of the most revered gemstones available. Have a look at this gemstone. Now, This is a gemstone that, again, we don't see every day here on JewelleryMaker, and I have to say that I was a little bit surprised at its popularity the first time I ever presented this gemstone. I never realised just how popular and versatile cloudy quartz is. I mean, it does what it says on the tin, really, doesn't it? It offers you huge amount of drama to your designs because it literally does look like storm clouds rolling across the sky, especially with the variations there ranging from sort of silver tones into dolphin greys and then those storm cloud greys as well. It adds not only drama but lots of texture here because you've got the traditional top through drill droplet, but you've got a little more elongation than we'd normally think of because they're 27 by 12 mil in size. So you get 350 carats. This is just made for maybe sophisticated droplet earrings, maybe for an evening do perhaps, or a pendant, matching pendant style, or of course maybe if you do want to create a real showcase piece, again you could use these as petals in a large floral motif. I have seen some very large wire work flowers. This has only been on air once prior to today. This is your second bite of the cherry, and we're already taking it down to a clearance price. A law unto himself this evening. I noticed you weren't doing these prices when executive producer Martha was in the gallery, Phil. You chickened out. He held his hands up straight away. He said, yeah, I know. But she's gone home now, so let's do it. There you go. Of course, the price reductions on the late show are only available for 60 minutes. So if you do want to get involved with this deal, I would probably act now. You still get a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk involved. And of course, you get to take advantage of this clearance price. I think this is a must-have. Just think about the impact these are going to make on your designs, and you don't really need to do a great deal of work. Perfect if you work with silver, of course, because the metallic tone is going to be mirrored in the gemstone. That could lead into certain design looks, of course, or maybe you want to go for a complete contrast and set this in a vintage design with antique bronze. I've got people coming through to multi-buy this strand. I told you it was popular. And Jill's got 2, Helen's got 2, lots of people getting involved now, particularly on the free phone number. Once again, we created a short queue. Don't panic. You will be answering the order in which you dial. It is a free phone number, and we've just gone global. We're sending one of these to Barcelona, isn't it? L'exemple. Is it near Barcelona in Spain yet? There you go. $6.95. We're going to have to leave that on with you despite the fact that it is a clearance deal that's proving to be popular. And we're going to move on because we're about to launch Turquoise Chain as a starbuy! Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. So I was just admiring that strand of turquoise myself there. Absolutely fantastic. Now, we've talked a lot about birthstones over the last 3.5 hours, and this is actually December's birthstone. So if you are investing in turquoise, you know that this is going to be popular at the Christmas craft fairs. But in all honesty, I don't think you need to rely on its birthstone classification to sell your turquoise designs. It is one of the most revered gemstones on the planet. Very, very difficult for us to get hold of here at JewelleryMaker, of course. In an attempt to provide you with turquoise, we've also introduced the reconstituted varieties. This is natural turquoise. It has been through some heat treatments, of course, as have 90% of all gemstones that you see on the market, but it's not the reconstituted variety. That's what I'm getting at. And so you can see this gorgeous colour tone that you get here, synonymous with the gemstone itself. And I say that because, of course, the colour turquoise is named after the gemstone, not the other way around. The reason for that is that this gemstone was originally brought to Europe by Turkish traders centuries ago, and they actually brought it to France. And the ancient French word for Turkish, I mean, this was known as the Turkish stone, was turquoise. So that's how the gemstone adopted the name, and then we associated it with the colour tone because, well, I suppose this is the only real time people got to experience the colour via the gemstone. Now, when this was actually introduced to Europe, the problem was that the merchants were instructed by the hierarchy at the time, basically nobles of the time, not to sell it to everyday folk, the commoners or the peasants, I suppose, to the dukes and the kings of the time, and basically they snaffled it all away for themselves. So even back in those ancient periods, turquoise was a bit of a restricted gemstone, and that's still true today. If you have a look and do your own research, you'll find that turquoise is heavily utilised by some of the biggest designers in the world, those large design houses that will actually base whole collections of jewellery around this one gemstone. And therefore it's very, very difficult for us to source. So the opportunities to bring it to you are a little far and few. In all honesty, I think it's probably, what are we saying, maybe 2 to 3 months when we get a natural strand of turquoise available. Often though, it's going to be quite limited. You're going to get only a few gemstones on the strand. That's why I'm so excited about this gemstone chain, because the chain itself is very, very popular because of course it's a real time saver, given that somebody's taken the time to create all of those hand wrap loops for you. I think they did a little bit of a challenge with Mark Smith the last time I was watching, and asking him to how long it was create. I think it was taking him between 30 seconds and a minute to create each one. So when you're looking at a length like this, you'd be talking about, what, a couple of hours work probably, because you've got a cluster of turquoise, and of course you have to keep the pace up. Good point. So you might be able to do them in 30 seconds for the first 5 or 6, but then you might start to slow down. Good point. So could end up being quite a time-consuming process. All the work's been done for you on this one, and I hope you've already started dialing the free phone number, because here come the graphics. We only have a limited number of available on this particular strand. My advice, get it home. Again, see it in the flesh, make an informed decision. Very, very difficult for us to find your turquoise any other time. But not only that, not only is the turquoise heavily sought after within the industry, but the other reason that we have difficulty in sourcing it is that the actual turquoise industry is a little distorted often, because you'll get unscrupulous suppliers who will actually dye other gemstones this colour and claim it's turquoise, you see. So they'll take a howlite or a magnesite, they'll dye it this colour, they'll claim it's natural turquoise when it actually isn't. And of course that's another reason why it's valuable to shop with us here at JewelleryMaker, because you can be assured that everything you see from us here at JewelleryMaker is exactly what we say it is, because we lab test each and every gemstone to give you that peace of mind. Now you're actually looking at 30 carats of turquoise here, one of the most revered gemstones on the planet, all set into sterling silver cluster chain. So again, you could argue that the design is done for you. I mean, you could literally sort of cut 7 inches of length on this, and you've got a beautiful bracelet right there. All you need to do is add a clasp. Now we've actually brought the exclusive launch price on screen. We had to, because half the stock had already been allocated, just because I've fallen in love with the strand so much. I'm waxing lyrical about this, and people are flying in left, right and centre. I say that because this has actually had a waxing treatment, just to give you that lustre on the surface of the gemstone. So there you go. You've actually got a lot of multi-buyers coming through on the free phone number as well at jewellerymaker.com. So congratulations to Carol, you've got 2 of these, well done. Diane, you've got 2. Abigail, you've got 2. Anonymous buyer, you've got 2. Fantastic way to actually maximise on your 1 P&P per day. If you see something you love, why not grab 2? You know you're getting the best value on the market, and in fact when you're dealing with a gemstone like turquoise, we don't know when we'll see it again, do we? For all I know, this is going going to be the final opportunity to own turquoise before December. Oh my word, we've only got 16 remaining in stock. How many did we start with? Oh, 52. Do you know what? I tricked myself into thinking we had 82, but that's how many we've got of the Super Saver, isn't it? That's right, double figures of availability flying out the door in just minutes. And of course, we've only got double figures of availability on our next star buy, which will be, well, it's going to take me about half an hour to get through all of this, isn't it? 30 strand Super Saver coming up. Oh, we'll probably have to start it in about 5 minutes time, aren't we? I think we'll probably get one more deal in. If you have got this placed in your basket, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people have, then I would check out, because that means that realistically we've only actually got maybe 6 in stock. So there you go. Oh really? Oh actually, sorry, there's 10 strands left and there's 11 people with it in their basket, so that is going to be a sellout deal. I think it must be people multi-buying as they come through on the phone line, so my apologies. As I say, never take my advice on the stock levels. Always speak to a member of the award-winning help team, because if they can add it to your order, they will, whereas there's often fluctuations in our system, so we never get a true reflection. But one thing I do know is we've got a handful remaining in stock. Single figures of availability, so I think that's going to be a sellout deal. Let's leave that one with you then, because we want to fit in one more deal before we bring you our 30 strand Super Saver. I'll give you one more heads up. I'm pretty convinced this is going to be another sellout deal this evening, because, well, basically I'm getting a lot of heat already on Facebook. We've had people dialing up the call centre to try and add it to their order. You can't do that till the graphics hit the screen, you cheeky monkeys. And whoa, do you know what, this is more of the subtle Labradorescence that we saw set with Labradorite, and I tell you what, that'd be perfect for masculine designs, wouldn't it? It'd go with my outfit this evening, actually. This is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Faceted. These are classified as saucers. Sorry, the reason I look at that is I always see these as sort of hybrid cut. I think of them as a cross between a rondelle and a bico. You know what I mean? So you've got that sort of interlocking feature of the rondelle, but then you've got the more dynamic facets of a bico. That's the way I look at it. And actually, those extra facets on the outer extremity of the gemstone really allow that Labradorescence to take effect of the gemstone, but also make a huge impact on your designs. These are quite subtle. Do you know what? I think these would be perfect for the winter period, actually, because often as it gets colder, people start to wear more muted tones, don't they? So the chocolate browns and the grey, the charcoal greys and the blacks. And so when you've got a gemstone that offers you those base colours, A, it's going to suit any outfit, but then you still got that point of interest, that point of attraction where people are going to notice your jewellery design because of the optical effect known as Labradorescence. Absolutely fantastic. And as I say, I actually really like this because it looks so dynamic. It's going to suit maybe some of those more contemporary designs. If you do look on the high street, or maybe for some of the top end designers online, then you'll see that a lot of these sharp angled dynamic designs are very on trend, and actually I think they're going to suit bespoke jewelry designs even better than they do on the high street. Oh my goodness, producer Phil has just put £5 back in your pocket. You're going to be a popular man tonight. So there you go, we've just saved you a crisp £5 note. So if you're coming through for this, you can put that towards the Superstar buy this evening, which is going to be our 30 strand Super Saver. We're going to start that in just a few moments time, so get your phone in hand right now. We've got people flying in left, right and centre to get hold of this particular strand, but we've only got, well, we only had 30 in stock. Martin, congratulations, you've just multi-bought this particular strand. Elizabeth, you're there. Georgia, Alexandra, Beverly, Susan, Louise, Lisa, Laurie, new buyers and anonymous buyers coming through as well. Oh, surely you don't need to hide this one from anybody. You can show them. You're getting 90 carats of Labradorite for less than £10 this evening. Unbelievable. Of course, we know how popular Labradorite is. Voted as our favourite gemstone for the last 2 years. If you don't know what I'm referring to there, we basically hold a bit of an award ceremony at the end of each year. In the last 2 years, the category's actually been called your favourite gemstone to work with, and Labradorite always wins. But I think we should change the name of the category. I think we should do 2 categories, your favourite gemstone and your most profitable gemstone, because I think that's really why Labradorite is so popular, because of its versatility, because of the optical effect. Fantastic at $6.95 as well. You can't go wrong. It's a must-have, isn't it? We are going to leave that on with you. One other thing I'll mention regarding award ceremonies is that sometimes I see the little box down here and it says winner of 8 awards at the Make and Sell Jewellery Awards 2013. I'll just tell you that voting for the 2014 awards has actually opened, because I received an email about it the other day. So if you want to maybe profess your love for JewelleryMaker and give us a few votes, well, I was going to say I want us to win 9 awards this year. That shows progress. So if you can vote for us, then log on to Make and Sell Jewellery Awards and vote for JewelleryMaker if you think we're the best at things. We are going to move on now because it's time to bring you our superstar buy. We've got to start early because we're about to bring you a 30 strand super saver. Oh, I see some dad dancing to the Superstar Buy tune.
It's such a good tune.
It's such a tune, isn't it?
We used to have a little dance together, didn't we?
Yeah, I've had everybody out here dancing, but in fact tomorrow night, you're all going to be dancing to the Superstar Buy tune.
I always do.
Yes, that's right. Producer Phil has impressed me so much with his discounted prices this evening that I've decided I will come back tomorrow and work with him again.
Oh, yay.
Well done, Phil. Woo! Nothing to do with contractual obligations. Okay. Now, every single night we're going to close the show with our Superstar Buy. And we tend to keep it to being our most exclusive launch of a premiere item or our greatest saving of a wholesale bundle. Well, tonight, we've really taken that to its nth degree. We're going to offer you the best possible value we can. Now, whenever we create a wholesale bundle, I always say the more things we put in it, the greater the discount, because of course it allows us to work on finer margins. Well, tonight we have really gone to town. We have created a 30 strand super saver. I think the largest I've ever brought you previously is a 20 strand super saver. Traditionally we do 10. Over the last few weeks we haven't even had the stock to be able to provide you with a 10 strand super saver. And that's very sneaky of you. So, unbelievable. I'm glad I'm not the manager anymore. I won't like that. So basically, the management team sent round an email saying, you know, due to stock levels, because our warehouse is quite full, try not to create 10 strand super savers because it is diminishing the stock too much. So the producers, quite rightly, said, okay, we won't do a 10 strand super saver, instead we'll do 20 or 30. I don't think they understood. Do you know what? I'm just happy because we get to provide you with the most incredible value for genuine gemstones. That's what we're all about. And we only have double figures of availability. I know this is going to be popular, especially with elite jewellery makers who are selling their designs and need to replenish their stocks. Let's get the graphics in. You can start dialing that free phone number right now. It's going to take me a little while to get through everything you're going to receive here. If you appreciate the value we normally give and you know about the value of the gemstones, you know you're going to get an incredible deal. 30 strands available this evening for one incredible price point. And do you know what? Can we stay on the shot and show everybody what they're getting? And I'm just going to have to read these out on a list because if I try to pick them all up, it's going to take so long. So we'll go through everything we've got and then we'll pick out a few highlights. Does that seem fair? Okay. In fact, one of the workshop attendees today, we let them into the exclusive that we were going to have this on the show because, you know, that's part and parcel of being here in the studio. So if you want to get involved, come down to one of our workshops. Actually, that's a point. We started with 82, but we already know 4 of them have been allocated because there were 3 ladies in the workshop and Mark said, oh, I'm having that. So that's taken us down to, what, 78 already. Oh, and actually 10 people have already come through on the phone lines. Congratulations, Linda, Iris, Yasmin, Anonymous Buyer, Owen and Linda, Jackie, Maria, Sherilyn, Louise, Philip. Oh my word, this is flying out the door. I haven't even told you what you're getting yet, and it's going to take me quite a while. Della, Tinkerdale, you're coming through. Regular buzz. What's that, sorry? Oh, I've just realised, yes, you're quite right. So if you're investing in this online, don't panic. We've got a treat for you. We're going to reward your savvy buying so you can see the price you normally pay for 30 strands. That's not going to be the price you pay tonight, so start checking out right now. Okay, we've got 130 carats of green aventurine drops. Actually, I could do it this way. I could read them out and pick them up. That's a good way. You like that? 140 carats of lemon quartz graduated style plain nuggets. Oh, look at the variety in colours there. Oh, you've got your lemon and lime. Multicoloured magnesite cubes. Oh, those are, again, fantastic for the designs you might be putting together with your kids over the summer holidays, maybe. Natural red coloured agate in your rice beads. Oh, look at this. This is fantastic. There you go. Look at that. Red agate in your rice beads. Those are faceted as well. Beautiful finish to those. Sodalite rounds, 3mm. So the intricate sizes. Perfect for your soutache designs or maybe your kumihimo, your macrame. Carnelian graduated drops. Nugget style again, so irregular sizes. Ooh, real fiery, almost lava colour tones there. That's beautiful, isn't it? I've got people multi-buying this. Congratulations, Barbara. You got 60 strands heading your way. Okay. You're getting over Barbara, you're getting over 5,000 carats of gemstones. Pretty impressive. That just sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? And then we've got your grey moonstone droplets. Same organic tumbled cuts there, so you know that irregularity in the shape, very organic finish. Uh-oh, a third of the stock's already been allocated. You've got your faceted rounds of Labradorite. Oh my word, if you got hold of the Labradorite cabochons earlier on, you've got to get that strand, haven't you? That's the perfect way to frame a Labradorite cabochon. Brilliant. 3mm rounds of Labradorite. Then you've got your Mookaite plain rounds. Oh, here they are. They're 3mm as well. These are incredible. We have got Prehnite, centre drilled nuggets. So, oh, love that. We saw some fantastic examples of Prehnite earlier, didn't we? Even better in the organic cuts, I think. And you've got those gorgeous inclusions there, the pastel or lime greens with the forest green inclusions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm a third of the way there. Okay, now we're going to bring you some apatite. These are your little coins ranging from 4 to 5mm. So a subtle variation, but we always like to make you aware of that. Beautiful sky blue tones there, ranging into your tropical blues or your swimming pool blues. Next, we've got pink quartzite. And we've got that in your 4mm rounds. Here we go. Look at that. Your baby pinks there. That's gorgeous. Very feminine, isn't it? Sunstone nuggets. This is an 85cm strand, so probably twice the length of a traditional strand. Well, you can see that for yourself right there, can't you? Again, the organic shapes and sizes. I love sunstone. I always think Mother Nature's version of a bit of craft work. It looks like she's placed a little bit of glitter inside. And those little sparkly iron inclusions. Fancy Jasper nuggets. Gorgeous variations of colours there. Earthy colours maybe as you lead towards the end of the year. The autumnal designs that you might be putting together. Then we've got your rainbow moonstone. Wow. Oh, in the rounds, is it? Oh yeah, I see it. Oh, how could I miss it? Wow, look at this. Electric blue adulorescence. Hopefully it's going to come through. We're getting the violet tones there. Don't know if we're seeing the optical effect there. You'll see it when you get it home in the flesh, won't you? That comes from our Gems of Distinction range. We've then got some green aventurine tubes. Is that right? Oh, no, the heart. Sorry. There is a lot going on, so please forgive me. Green aventurine in the tiny little hearts here. They're very cool, aren't they? perfect for very subtle earring designs, perhaps. 6mm in size, giving you 40 carats. Then we've got your multicoloured quartzite, so that confectionery style feel again, but in the subtle 4mm rounds. That's fantastic. Then we've got the serpentine tubes. My apologies, as I say, very similar colour tone to the aventurine, but a little more pale and actually a bit more zesty, I suppose. We've got some more Labradorite now for you. 45 carats in your rectangles. Those would be great as little connectors in the design, wouldn't they? Hold on a second. Dan, you might need to help me. Actually, no, I think I got it. Oh, yeah, that's what I need to do. So I literally can't fit them on, that's why. Where are we on to? Clear quartz. Those are all plain rounds of clear quartz. Well, there you go. The ultimate accent gemstone. Going to go with any other gemstone, perfect for bridal commissions. Then we've got, this is your white or cream agate in your top drill drops. Again, from our Gems of Distinction range. Fantastic variety of gemstones here. How many do we have remaining in stock? Half the stock's now been allocated on this particular item. Oh, then we've got your rainbow moonstone, 70 carats on this one. These are your little oval drops. Oh, those would be fantastic. I've fallen in love with them. What else have we got here? Multicoloured moonstone. Wow. There you go. Again, lots of variety here from your top drill drops. So you've got grey moonstone, peach moonstone, and your white moonstone all on one strand there. Lots of versatility. Multicoloured fire agate in your 6mm rounds. Again, very, very versatile, beautiful variation of colours and very distinctive inclusions there, almost sort of like spider webs. We've also got your 6mm pink quartzite, so we saw the 4mm earlier, more of that beautiful femininity. And then we've got, now this is classified as beige shell pearl, but over the weekend I've seen this in a number of incredible designs. Linda yesterday used this and we've reclassified it as mink shell pearl because it's not, well, for a start, it's just not beige. It's much more beautiful than that, like a subtle champagne-like tone or silvery tone. Then we've got, oh my word, cultured pearls as part of this collection as well. Natural cultured pearls in your little ovals or nuggets. These are very feminine, the little peach tones. Actually, do you know what? They've got a flat bottom and a domed finish. You could use those as cabochons. Cabochon pearls, amazing. Now we've got 2 strands of your shocking pink shell here. Oh, sorry, yes, I thought it was the same strand. Actually, it's one of those rectangles, one of squares. That's great. Those are perfect for holiday designs or just funky contemporary looks. And then I've got wood here, robles of wood, and they're 15mm in size, and they've actually got a 5mm drill hole. So you can be pretty certain that all of our cords and threading materials are going to fit through that. So there you go, 30 gemstones. I'm pretty much weighed down to the desk now with this huge carat weight. You're getting over 2,500 carats of gemstones here. And don't forget, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the strands aren't even included in that because, of course, we don't assess wood or natural minerals, including pearls, via a carat weight. So there you go, you've actually got the 2,500 carats across 25 strands. Now normally if you were to invest in this particular bundle or this huge array of gemstones, it would set you back £105.50. I'd like to stand up, but I can't now, I'm afraid. £105.50, so well over £100 normally. But, I mean, for 30 strands, that already represents the best value on the market. But tonight, we're going to save you over £30. We're going to take it down to £74.95 for 30 strands of gemstones. That works out at about £2.50 per strand. Even less than that, actually. That is unbelievable. If you've got this place in your basket, please check out to avoid disappointment. We've just saved you over £30 here, and we've actually created a huge gemstone stash just for you. Now, I normally say when I'm doing a 10-strand super saver, maybe, you know, you haven't been feeling particularly inspired by your gemstone stash recently, and so if you add 10 strands, it's going to make a difference. if any jewellery maker out there fails to become inspired looking at this array of gemstones, you're not a jewellery designer. Look at it, there's something for everyone here, isn't it? You've got the primary colours, you've got the earthy colours. There's so many gemstones that are complementary to one another, but also you could create fantastic colour blocking designs using these. You could go with, well, virtually any of the disciplines we offer you here at Jewellery Maker, and you can't go wrong, can you? And actually, I've got another multi-buyer there. Unbelievable. And you can see there, because there's so many people coming through on the phone lines, our quantity bar has decided to freeze. We've actually got fewer than 50 remaining in stock, and I'm not surprised at that price point, $74.95. And if you have placed it in your basket, please check out, because we've got about 25 people queuing on the phone lines to add this to their order, and probably about the same with it in their basket. So if everybody was to check out and everybody is phoning up to add this to their order, because obviously I don't know why you're phoning, then it could end up being a sellout deal. So potentially you could miss out if you're not taking advantage of this deal. Easily the best value we can bring you, especially when you consider what you're getting here. Gemstones of distinction in terms of rainbow moonstone, labradorite, genuine cultured pearls. Imagine what you're going to have to pay for genuine cultured pearls this time next year. £2.49 right now for peach cultured pearls, £2.49 for rainbow moonstone, £2.49 for serpentine, for labradorite, for a double strand of sunstone, for apatite, for adventurine, for lemon quartz. No way. My director just said, can you imagine going through to gems and getting hold of 2,500 carats of gemstones for $74.95? No. Is my answer to that question? I can't. Of course, it's a different finish to the gemstones. They're set into precious metals. But if you do want to get hold of this deal, you need to dial in that free phone number right now. We've got about 25 people who've got it placed in their baskets who haven't checked out yet. So that really means we've got more like 15, but you're saying it hasn't quite got up. So probably more like 10 bundles remaining in stock. If you want to add it to your order, please. Oh my word, Barbara just bought 3. Go Babs. That's what he said. Sorry, that's over familiar. Maybe your name's Barbara. My apologies. So yes, over half the stock's already gone. $74.95. You can see here that regular buyers appreciate what we've done here because they're multi-buying this left, right and centre. We're approaching limited availability now based on the fact that over 20 people have still got this sitting in their baskets. Please don't miss out on this. You can always send it back. I don't think you're going to want to. £2.49 per strand. That's the equivalent of 7. Yeah, that's good. That's true. Don't be adding this to your basket and sending me back 29 strands either. I don't think any of our customers would do that, Director Tom. They're an honest bunch. $74.95. You can see there they're flying out the door. It says 34 in stock, but as I say, the people who are yet to check out their baskets are not included in that particular quantity description. So, you know, there's about 20 people who are waiting for something. I don't know what they're waiting for. $74.95, just handed you back over £30 worth of savings. I'll tell you what, maybe you were waiting for this. Producer Phil. This was not discussed before the show. There you go. Your P&P back in your product in your pocket as well. Yeah, it's down to $69.99. Don't panic if you came through. Barbara, we just put another £15 back in your pocket. Fantastic. Look at that. All of a sudden, the baskets are being checked out. Surprise, surprise. And we've created an even greater queue on the phone lines. Good luck if you're coming through for that one now. $69.95 for 30 strands of gemstones. Just enough time for me to say a massive thank you to everybody who's tuned in this evening for the show. Hopefully we've made it worth your while by giving you incredible deals. And of course, thank you to all of the guys in the team for putting together the show. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. with more incredible deals, thanks to producer Phil. And if you stay tuned now, you'll get to see a bit of a designer inspiration as well as today's morning show. Just enough time for me to say thank you and good night.
Here at JewelleryMaker, we have a commitment to providing genuine gemstones. We do that by up to 3 lab tests, and we have our own in-house gemologists. That therefore means that when we say genuine gemstones, that's exactly what you're getting.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on JewelleryMaker.
Good morning, we've got the DVD. Good morning to you and you, Gemma Crow. We've got your Rings DVD.
We have.
We are going to do the launch imminently. A very, very, very good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us today. I've been off for a week. Shall I tell you where I've been? I've been at home mainly. Sorting out our lives. That was mine and my husband's 4-year wedding anniversary. I know, can you believe I've been talking about the fact I got married for 4 years? I know, 4 years, I know. And it was also my husband's birthday. So we've had a very indulgent week of lots of naughty food. Lots and lots and lots of naughty food. So that's been my week really, basically eating my way through the week. And that's all my goss. Gemma, what's your goss? What's your goss?
I don't know. I think I've got any.
Well, you're learning a new dance routine.
Yeah, got a new dance routine.
Yeah, I love it.
That's fun.
And yeah, fab. So, Gemma,
yeah,
would you mind just turning around?
Oh yeah.
In the back of Gemma's head, can you see this? How beautiful is this? This is part of a kit in today's show. You can make this. How gorgeous is that? How gorgeous is that? I know we've got loads of exciting things in today's show, and I love those. I love the different colours that we've got in today's show as well. We're going to be featuring feathers a little bit, which is really useful because we're setting Gemma a really cheeky challenge today. Mum, don't worry, I'm on the case. All will be revealed. Coming up for you a little bit later as well is the most stunning strand of Labradorite. It's quite different from the strands that we've had recently. It's a bit more of an organic shape, and I just think long style pendants. It's just going to look incredible. Look at these. In the words of my producer Kim, they are fit. Aren't they stunning, Gemma?
They are totally fit.
They're totally fit.
Yeah.
Look. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, and wow. Wow, wow, wow. They will be selling out so quickly. The price on those is amazing. You are just going to be blown away. You're going to be absolutely blown away. Also coming up at 12 o'clock today, I've got over 2,000 findings in a pack for you. Oh yeah, we are going to be doing an opportunity. And I've also got with me a fantastic crew this morning. With me on camera too at the moment. She's going to be featured in Company magazine that's released on the 5th of September, folks, as a fashion film producer, director, creator, all of the above. It's Kerry on camera too, everybody. So if you read Company magazine, the edition that comes out on the 5th of September features our Kerry. Yeah, I'm so excited. We're going to buy it, we're going to frame it, we're going to have it in the studio. Also with me, the very fabulous, ridiculously toned and fit Amelia. She's still doing a workout. It's our gorgeous Amelia, who's also our resident cat. We love her on floor. She's just giving you a little meow. Producing for you this morning. Now, she's in a ruthless mood. She's going to be trashing and thrashing prices. It's Kimbo. Yay, she says. And Claire, who is I just love her so much, our fabulous director, who is back now from her holidays, all refreshed and feeling fabulous. Claire, would you like to make your presence known? And without Claire, that wouldn't have happened. So should we kickstart the show today with the early bird? But I feel like I need to do the early bird over with Gemma today. Is that okay? Should we be controversial and change it up? So, once I've had a cup of tea, I'm on the move. Let's do it. Right. This is what so many of you have been waiting for. We have got the exclusive launch, never seen before, wirework rings with Gemma Crow. Now, what I absolutely adore about Gemma's wirework rings is you can include gemstones. You don't have to include gemstones. I think it's probably the most cost-effective wow jewellery that you can possibly ever make. Because, for example, with this one, which is size adjustable, how much do you think the wire costs? How much do you think that costs to make?
Oh, it depends, you know, the bundles we do. Sometimes as little as sort of 5p, I should imagine.
About 5p?
Yeah.
About 5p.
If that.
Yes! And what could you sell that for? I know. Amazing. And then look at these designs. So these are all going to be featured on the DVD. So you've got an opportunity. I mean, look at this. Look. Free phone number 0800 644 655. The phone lines are hotting up already. We were going to do this later on in the show. We've got people hankering at the bit from first thing this morning. So if we'll sort of have a look around these. Gemma, what can we expect to see then from this DVD?
Well, there's 6 different ring designs and then variations on those themes. There's ones as simple as creating adjustable ring shanks without having the adjustment at the front, so you lose the pattern, because that's generally, if you adjust the ring at the front, you lose you lose the the aesthetic of the ring. So we do adjustable rings that adjust from the back. We do setting drops into a ring as well, so that you can have them facing upwards. So you almost create a bezel, which is shown in this little amethyst one here.
So these. Oh wow! So if you take a look at this one here, so they're drops.
Yeah, so they're like little the short briolet drops, and they set really nicely into a ring. So it's creating
a little dance about that.
Creating that one, and then there's from very simple rings with literally one band around the shank, right through to more complicated designs with sort of beads incorporated, or spacer beads incorporated.
This is so stunning. Now the DVD is going to last approximately an hour, so there are 6 different rings on there. It's going to be so incredibly worthwhile, and also I think the beauty of it is if you can't get to our workshops here in Redditch, if perhaps you're further afield or travel isn't your thing, you just haven't got time, then you've obviously in the evening getting from work, or the kids have gone to bed, or you've just got a few minutes to yourself, you can just watch it for 5 minutes and then put it down again. It's a fabulous DVD, it's amazing. It's Gemma Crow, so you know that it's going to be incredibly classy, incredibly easy to follow, very aspirational, very inspirational. The code is EDTY51. This is edition 3. Do you have to have had edition 1 and edition 2?
No.
Absolutely not.
Just different styles, completely different styles, that's all.
Are you ready? Go for it. $4.95. It's an hour's long, and I promise you, it's going to give you value for money out of what you're buying. We've got the slight cube about 1.5 minutes on the phone lines, but don't worry, we do know you're there. You answered in the order that you called in and pressed your option 1. How many have we got in stock? And how many have we got now? Oh my word. It's 9:10 in the morning and almost 200 have already gone.
Wow.
So this is going to be, obviously, an incredibly popular DVD. 0800 644 655. Now, if you've put this in your basket, please make sure you are checking out your baskets, or you could risk missing out on this DVD. 0800 644 655. So just to reiterate, this is Gemma Crow's Wirework Rings Edition 3. You do not need to have seen Edition 1 and Edition 2. They're all independent designs that don't rely on techniques of other pieces previously seen in other editions. So you can get this, and even if you've never made a ring before in your life, get this DVD. It's an hour long. You're going to learn 6 different techniques and designs. Quick question about this one just come in. Hello, Alison in Norfolk. Hi, Gemma. Could beginners try this that have not already done wire work, or would it be better to try earlier teachings of yours?
No, this is great if you've not done much wire work, because unlike some of the other ring designs that we've done before, this doesn't involve, they hardly involve any weaving or any intricate work at all. They're very simple,
So
not heavily wrapped.
For example, my mum, who's watching this morning, because, well, you know why she's watching and all will be revealed, has never done wire work.
Yeah.
My mum could watch this DVD.
Yeah.
And just make rings.
Yeah,
Great.
I'm very confident that's the case. If you look at some of the, like, for example, this ring here is probably the most simple ring you can make, but it's also really effective and just one gemstone. And, you know, there are a few basic tools you'll need to sort of help, like a mandrel, but other than that, your basic toolkit and a mandrel, you can do that in about 10 minutes.
Amazing. And if you don't have a mandrel, in the meantime, quite often you can use a big chunky marker pen or a lipstick.
Yes,
it's also quite good. Just basically, you want to be able to get them around. If you want to do definitive sizes, then obviously a ring mandrel is perfect because it's got your sizes all the way down. But at the same time, you're going to be learning how to make adjustable rings anyway. $4.95. 0800 644 655. Now then, Gemma, we're going to set you 2 challenges today.
Yes.
Well, actually 3. Hang on. Mum, don't worry, I'm on the case. Okay, so we've got a little situation. My mum's going to a wedding on Thursday.
Yes.
Right. She's really struggled to find a fascinator, and I didn't know that she was wanting to look for a fascinator. I don't know why she just didn't. She just said she didn't want to be cheeky and ask. Bless her. She's bought this fascinator. It's really pretty. It's really lovely. But she says when she's wearing it, she feels a little bit like she's a little girl wearing an Alice band. It needs a little bit more to it. So even though traditionally you wear fascinators on the left, don't you?
I don't know, you know.
I thought the men went on the right and the fascinator went on the left as tradition.
You know much more about this than me.
We're not going to go with tradition. My dad can be held up on the other side, it'll be fine. So, because it's been made like that. So this is an existing fascinator that my mum bought, but I was supposed to bring it in for Gemma last week and forgot. But we'd just like to see if you can. The colour of the dress is like a dark gunmetal grey, and her accessories, she's got a silver sparkle.
Okay.
Enjoy that challenge.
Enjoy
that challenge. Oh, and then we brought this one in because this is my one, and she just feels like she wants a little bit more height to it. So that's my one that I've had for donkey's years. Yeah, height, no height, we need height. Thanks, Gemma.
Okay.
Great, okay, lovely. So the rest of the challenge. That DVD is still available at $4.95, and you're going to learn 6 different techniques and different designs on there. It's amazing.
I really enjoyed making that DVD. It's probably my most requested tutorials are for rings, so it was really nice to be able to bring the DVD.
I think there's elements there as well, because obviously the copper wire is huge and you're hammering of copper wire.
Yeah.
And also there's an element, you could do gents pieces with variations of those designs, can't you?
Absolutely, they're very nice, simple pieces.
Yeah.
I've done tiger's eye rings like that one for gents to wear on the thumb, or so that, you know, they're very popular.
Fab. So $4.95 on that, still available. Get it throughout the show. Okay, coming up for you later on, we're going to be doing these space bars. Now they're 925 sterling silver. We're going to be doing that about 11 a.m. So we've got a pair of tweezers or just a pair of pliers there that I could borrow for a moment, please. Thank you very kindly. Okay. Now, you're going to get a combination. To be honest, when I see these, I immediately think of like pearl bracelets, cuff style bracelets, but there's so many different ways you can use them. So these are spacer bars in 925 sterling silver. You're going to get 25 with 3 holes. Can you see that? There you go. And how many do you get at the 2? Sorry, Kim? 30 of the 2 holes and 25 of the 3. So these are spacer bars in 925 sterling silver. So alongside everything else, by 11 o'clock, Gemma, we'd like you to use these.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I can take that on today.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm feeling like I can take it on today.
I'm glad about that. Good.
It's just as well, isn't it? Because I have 3 challenges.
Just come in and go, do this. Brilliant. Okay, so they're going to be coming up for you, but a little bit of a heads up about 11 o'clock. We get loads and loads and loads of requests for those, and they are absolutely amazing in situ because they allow you to have a little bit more structure, but hey, I can't give Gemma any ideas, so
No, don't give too much away, Lucy.
No, can't. As if. Now, the other challenge, are you ready? Oh,
this is stunning, by the way. Beautiful kit, whoever put that together.
I think this is one of the most wow factor kits ever. I mean, seriously. The value for money on what we're going to do this morning is insane. What's really fab as well is with the 0.6 and the 0.8 wire. The 0.8 you can make rings, can't you?
Yeah, you can. You can do some rings with 0.8, no problem.
So,
and findings.
Oh! This is screaming gemochrome. It's got wire and it's got mesh in it.
Yeah, and it's gold, which I
and
know.
It's gold.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the gold chain look and just it is stunning. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strands of genuine gemstones. So if you're tuning in for the first time, the warmest welcome to JewelleryMaker. Now you're going to get a free booklet and a free DVD with your first purchase. It's only £1 in packaging price for all of your purchases all day, and it's a free telephone number to call. I know, how cool is that? So everything that you see here, unless otherwise stated, is a genuine gemstone. Just bear with me a second, I'll get my gemstone details for you. So you've got this gorgeous shell first off here, and they're top drilled, they're pear-shaped at 14 by 9 millimeters on these, okay? Then, just bear with me a second, you've got the most gorgeous, now this is golden rutilated quartz. If Linda Brumwell could see these right now, she'd have this bundle in a flash. Because golden rutilated quartz, what you've got there is a beautiful golden hue of the quartz, but these stunning rutiles going through, so extra golden flashes present within the strand. Now, with this one, you're looking at a 28 centimetre strand. This 31 centimetre strand here is amazing golden colour coated pyrite. They're 3 up to a 4 millimetre, and that's a 31 centimetre strand. In terms of this stunning, absolutely stunning howlite, it really gives you a really, magnesite, apologies. That's yellow magnesite, that's gone through a dyeing process. That's a 38 centimetre strand, and they're measuring 6 by 2. That gives you an extra sort of wow factor, a pop of colour in there. But for me, it's all about this stunning strand of citrine. It's 30 carats. They go from a 3 by 1 up to a 4 by 3, and that's a 30 centimetre strand. And they are incredibly elegant. This kit is flying out already. We are so busy today. I would say, so far, get the DVD and get this kit, because the wire that you're going to get, you can make the rings on the DVD. Ideally, you'd be looking probably a little bit more like a 1 mil for the wire, would you? But if you're just starting out, 0.8 would be great. Oh, the magnesite is gorgeous from Tink. Hello, darling, there in Yorkshire. How are you, lovely? Thanks for texting in. 0.6, 10 metres of 0.6 golden colour wire. It's a copper wire with a golden colour on the top. And then 10 metres of the 0.8, again, golden colour copper wire. They're free, as